We back. Excuse me. We black and we back and we back. Oh yeah, we back. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to episode 3 of the CJK experience. My name is CJ Kyles, aka the High Value Nurse, on these YouTube streets, and it is my absolute pleasure to be broadcasting live to you from a cold Michigan for another wonderful show, ladies and gentlemen. This cold is becoming a little bit too much for me to handle at this point. I'm getting very sick of the wintertime. And like I said, Lord willing, we only have one more winter here left. What's good to see why? I'm sorry, sensational. Sensational is in the building. I'm so happy that you here. You're the first one on the chat. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me bring up one of the frequent cast members on this experience. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the writer, Nurse Roxy. Please give it
Hello.
up for Nurse Roxy. How you doing this evening?
I'm here. I can't complain. Can't complain.
All right. King Gene will be pulling up pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna just let King Gene know that we are live. Um, Hold on, I'm sending King Gene a message right now, y'all. Y'all know how we are. Let me see. Yep, we on when you're ready. But yeah, so Nurse Roxy, what's been going on with you? Is it cold where you at?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Definitely winter boots, hat, gloves, weather.
Philadelphia. You in Philly, right?
I'm in Windcoat, Philadelphia-ish.
Okay.
Close enough.
Okay. All right, cool. So I mean, yes, it's like it's horrible here right now.
Is it
Road
snowing as
slide.
well?
Oh yeah, it's snowing. I had to drive to driving home from work. It was like it usually take me about an hour and a half. It took me like 2.5 hours to get home today.
Wow.
It took me about 2.5 hours to get home today, and it was definitely ridiculous.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, so I don't know. So how's business been going?
I've been very busy.
Okay, okay,
Yes, very busy. I'm also selling this book.
okay. Go
Um,
ahead and
can
get
you
it
see it?
popping. Let's get it popping. What is it? What's
Yeah.
the book?
I don't know if you can see it. It is culturally competent nursing, an
Uh,
evaluation plan.
okay.
So it is a book for nurse educators. There's a lot of in the appendix is where you really get the value because there are a lot of evaluation tools. So my whole thing about cultural competent nursing is really about nurse educators being able to like evaluate their teaching strategies because of course when you think about nurse cultural competence it's always dealt with hello it's always dealt with kind of like as a PowerPoint or like a project. And we know that competence is not something, especially cultural competence, is something that somebody's going to obtain overnight. So it's
Mhm.
really about, nurse educators really evaluating how do we teach that to nurses, because we know nurses model what they see their instructors do.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Well,
mhm.
first of all, let me just say welcome to the hottest podcast on Sunday nights. Sunday nights will most likely for the foreseeable future be the place to be right now here on the
Nice.
CJK experience. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for my sister in nursing, my sister's keeper. What's going on, Danielle? What's popping?
Hi, nothing much. Just
How's your
finishing
day
getting my
going?
kids ready for school tomorrow. They get to go back to school. They've
Okay.
been home with me for 2 weeks. I'm like, get out.
Okay. Okay. How your week been going? Besides getting the kids together, what else been going on with you?
My leggings were finalized and I'm just waiting on them to ship to me.
Hmm.
So I'm completely done with that now. Um,
Congratulations. For the people that I don't
thank-
know if you want to talk about. Are you ready to talk about it now, or you want to
yeah,
wait?
I might as well. I might as well.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. For the people that
Uh,
don't know.
so So I had my first kid like 2 months before I turned 30. Before then, I was athletic, so I didn't have to actually
Mhm.
like work out to lose weight or keep my shape. But then I had a kid, and they changed my whole body. So I started having to work out. But there was like no cute clothes for
Mm-hmm.
tall women. So I would have to wear like basketball shorts or jogging pants, or if I did wear stretch pants, like my whole half of my calf would be out because the pants are so short.
Mm.
So I made it my mission to make leggings for tall women.
Amen.
But it took thank you, but it took me a long time because since I didn't know anybody who was doing anything like this, like I had to just do a lot of research and find a manufacturer that I could speak to, that could speak back to me, spoke my language.
Okay.
So that was a process, but I found someone and I started the process. It took a whole year, but
Mm. You got it
we
done.
finally done, and they are done, and they're on the way. And the name of my brand is Statuesque Physiques. You can find me on
Nice.
Instagram. So for now, I have a pair of leggings. They're like a newspaper print. And I did all the designs. I picked out the print. I picked out the materials. I picked out the design of the legging that I wanted. And so now it's on the way. And that's my first item. And more items will be to come.
That's
Amen.
what's up. That's what's up.
Congratulations.
Thank
Congratulations.
you.
No, for and see, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I'm talking about. Look at the women that I surround myself with. I surround myself with entrepreneurial, spirited Black women. My girl is in school to be a social worker. She also has her curate thing she's doing on the side. I mean, look at Nurse Roxy. She has her business that she has. She's selling the book. Look at Danny D. She's selling not only pies, cookies, and all other delicious treats. She's also selling leggings for all the tall women around the world. And it's so crazy because I be at work. Like I'm like 5'8", 5'8", 5'9", 5'9" on a good day, right? So I'm not that tall as the world can clearly see. But I have noticed, I don't know if women are getting taller or maybe I'm just getting shorter. I don't know what's going on because it's like all the girls that I work with are like either my height or taller. I'm
Yeah.
like, what's going on? What's going on? Like, I don't understand it. Danny, you what, 6 feet?
Not quite.
Oh, okay.
I'm 5'10" and a half.
Okay, 5'10" and a
Good
half.
enough.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
up,
it
King?
is. It is. But
How
I
y'all
have
doing?
women that are taller than me. So it's like
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, that's what's up. King Gene, what's going on, sir?
Oh man, trying to make it. How you?
I'm good, man. That ain't your
King
usual
Gene.
background. You all right, King Gene? You in hiding somewhere?
No man.
Oh,
Look,
okay.
I just got a message, I think, from Nurse Roxy, and I hopped up. I saw, man, I'm supposed to be up now.
Oh, it's all good. King Gene putting in that work, going to sleep and everything like that. So, oh, and again, the show will also be on Spotify, iTunes, any place where you can listen to a podcast this week. So, look at Christina talking about some bro, you getting shorter. Okay, my
I
mama
was gonna
watches.
say that, but I was like, I'm gonna be
My mama watching, so I'm not gonna say what I want to say. Shout out to my mama in the building. My mom's watching. Shout out to Dee Dee. She's on her mod ish right
thank
now.
you.
See? How you doing?
It's gonna be a good show. So King Gene, I was actually waiting for you to come up because it was we have a new part of the show that we're going to get into. It's called the Befuddled moment of the week. And for those of you who are not aware of what befuddled, the origin of being befuddled, it was on a show where we had a discussion, and King Gene has said, "Well, you know what, brother, I'm quite befuddled," and I had no clue what that word meant. So I actually looked up the definition. I think I also asked King Gene to define it, and the definition of befuddled, for those of you who are not clear, is unable to think clearly, confused, or perplexed. So once again, at the beginning of the show, we are going to do a befuddled moment of the week. Something that just threw me off. It was suspect. I had a little questions about it. And so yeah, we're gonna get into that right now. But King Gene, how was your week? What's going on?
Oh man, everything was wonderful this week, man. We got a whole lot of things done. You
Mm.
know, as a person who is on the move all the time, like yourself, brother, you know, we always moving, trying to get that bag, man. So this week was no different.
Always. Always. Now, King Gene, I made a point. Danny D was just talking about her business. Her can you pronounce it again? I don't want to say it wrong, Danny.
Statuesque physiques.
Now that's her legging business for the taller ladies of the world. And I was just and Nurse Roxy just plugged her book. And I was just saying, King Gene, look at the women that I surround myself with. You dig what I'm saying? None of these women are out here on some bimbo, stupid, slow-ish. Every one of these women are entrepreneurs. And I just mentioned my lady, she's in school for her social work degree. She's also got her curate business popping. So you don't have to all this talk about black women this, black women that. Like, I don't want to hear it because I silence that noise every week when I do a show because I have fly black women who are doing fly things in the community all day, every day. It's just, I'm not looking for clout. So I don't have to have the viral moments of cussing nobody out and trying to kick somebody off a show and everything like that. You know what I'm saying, King Gene?
Right, right. I understand completely, my brother. And I know who you're referring to too, but we gonna be classy about it.
Well, that's the perfect segue because for the befuddled moment of the week, let's get into that, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So recently, there has been a little bit of internet beef between um, Fruity and Fraud and Tariq Nasheed. Now they've been going well. They haven't really been going back and forth, but Tariq Nasheed has really been on their necks. And recently, some pictures have popped up. Some pictures that left me quite befuddled. So
Yes.
I'm going to pull these pictures up in 1 second. These pictures are coming exactly from Tariq Nasheed's Instagram, ladies and gentlemen. Now, for those of you who are listening, I'm going to give you an accurate description, right? For my Spotify listeners, or if you're listening to just the audio, I'm going to give you an accurate description of the photos that I am about to show. Now, these photos are public photos. They've been made public, so it's nothing wrong. We're not doing anything that's crazy or anything like that. So, but it left me quite perplexed, befuddled, if you will. So, without further ado, that is popular YouTube channel host. That is Myron Gaines. And let me see.
Getting a deep one.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm trying to see if the caption is here. No, it's not. But that left me quite befuddled. Now, I got love for King Gene. And I do feel that men can express themselves and show love to each other. But I'm not really about King Gene kissing me on my cheek like this.
Mm.
I don't kiss my own dad on the cheek like this. Now, I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that you can't do it, but I don't know. I don't know. I've heard that this is how white guys party. And I've heard this is, frat, all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I'm not in that life.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm befuddled. So let me get the panel's thoughts of this first picture. Go ahead, whoever wants to go.
That's how people get down. I mean, when it comes down to it, I think a lot of times when you get like, and I hate to sound like this because I hate to generalize, but in this case, I'll just go ahead and say it. Sometimes when you have that pressure on you, I guess, to fit in and be down with them, sometimes they do things. When I say they, I'm talking about, the shades, right? Sometimes they will behave like this, and you either going to have your boundary, just like, for instance, you've been in school with some of them before where they'll say to you, can I drink your juice? Or they'll take your drink and drink it, and you're like the boundaries sometimes aren't there. And then this kind of reminds me of sometimes where you even have you have the shades going after your hair, for example, without asking for permission, just going ahead and touching you. So, I mean, he could have very well been caught off guard, but with the look on his face, it looks like he was definitely down for whatever that person was invited, whatever he's been invited to, he was going to be attending.
Right. Now, Culture is right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I support Culture because he supports me. He is a fresh and fit fan. So I always like to get his perspective because he keeps it. I don't know if I'm gonna say fair, but
Okay.
he's a fan. But I like
Mhm.
Culture because he keeps it real with me. He's not just
Okay.
telling me what I want to hear. So he says they are coming from his frat D1 rowing team IG page. A fair assessment would be nice, just saying. Now, Culture makes no bones about being a fan. He is a fan. He likes their product. And we're not
Mhm.
mad at that, Culture. We're not
Okay,
mad at
that's
that.
fine.
So cool. Let's take that into consideration, right? Because I don't
Mhm.
know. I don't know what it's like to be in a frat life. I don't
Right.
know what it's like to be in that life. Now, this is just the first picture of two that I've seen that have baffled me, befuddled, if you will.
Befuddled.
Yeah, befuddled. Danielle, what do you think when you see this picture? If this was your husband, how would you feel about that?
Am I seeing a picture or am I there like when is this happening?
You see in the picture because I want to get it at the context that most people are getting it from. This picture just popped up.
I'm like, why is both your arms around this man while he kissing you and you smiling?
Mm.
Right.
Now
Why?
I don't want to assume. Nobody's assuming, Myron, if you watching. We're
I
not
would
assuming. We're just looking at the picture.
I
We're
would
looking
be
at
I would be assuming because if you're my husband, why is you and him in an embrace like this? I don't see men hug like this. Like I've seen men even put both of their arms, but it's still more of a church hug. You know how like with the church hug you have the space in between. There's
Mhm.
no space in between their body.
We're
Um,
gonna answer. I see your question, Japrice. We're gonna get to
and
that. We're gonna get to it.
not only are y'all embracing and y'all close and y'all body is touching, like this man is kissing you, and it's not like a peck, like he is full on, his whole mouth and chin is on your face. Why is this man touching you like this? Like, is it something you need to tell me? Like, did you sock him after the
Mm.
kiss was over? Like, cause like, did it catch you off guard, and so you just went with it, and
Mhm.
then after it was over, like y'all, had a fisticuffs? Because I fully expect for you to lay hands on this man.
Right.
Mm. Okay.
That would be my response to my husband.
All right. All right. Well, I'm gonna ask Nurse Roxy the same thing once I get to King Gene.
Mhm.
King Gene. Now, my brother, King Gene, I got a lot of love for you, brother. But I don't ever want you kissing me like that. I don't want you kissing me, period. You know what
I
I'm
ain't gonna
saying?
do it, brother.
That ain't
I ain't gonna do it. I promise you.
that ain't how, it's not how it works over here. But King Gene, looking at this, I was befuddled. Now, what are your thoughts?
Now as far as the frat situation is concerned, I've seen guys, I've seen them do similar things, not with the kissing now, but
Mhm.
with the embracing. Several fraternities, that's how they greet each other. Especially
Mhm.
with black fraternities today. When
Yeah.
they grip up, when they grip you, they do it in such a way that they can hide the handshake. So, but I don't see any handshake going on here. So I'm gonna go at what D said. This is a very warm and tender embrace. What it looks
He
like to
said
me.
tender. Tender.
Chest to chest. You hear what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
Right.
See, we don't and I see Jay in the comments, Japri.
We gonna get to all the comments. We're
Still
gonna get to
still
all the comments. We're gonna answer them all.
I'm still holding to the fact that as men, this is a kind of embrace that we don't share. We don't do these kinds of things, man. If you're talking about heterosexual, healthy men, we don't. Nah, I'm sorry. I don't see any excuse for this kind of hug because really what it's giving me is a relationship. Only people I hug like that is people I'm in a relationship, monogamous relationship with, and that's what this is giving me.
Right. Okay, so Culture has corrected me. Well, he's corrected himself. He said it's from his rowing team, not a
Right.
frat. He said my mistake. All right, respect to you, Culture. Okay. We have another picture. We have
It's
another picture.
another one.
Yes, another one. It's another one. That has popped up. Now I found this quite disturbing. I was befuddled when I saw it. Well, this one ain't it. Hold on. This one ain't it. Hold on. Let me see. Let me go back.
Although that video was wild too. Them pants are super tight.
All right. This is the second picture. And the caption reads, "A big happy birthday goes out to my boy Amaru Befuddled today. Leaving soon for Georgia, then to Texas. I'm gonna miss my loud black buddy." And this is him laying in the bed with two shirtless, looks like almost naked men. So this is, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not making any assumptions about what he does. I'm simply looking and analyzing the picture as the picture is being seen. Okay. But before I get to the panel's comments on this, let me read some of the comments because I have to address it. Japrice and I actually kind of went back and forth on Facebook about this. So let me see. Culture says devil's advocate, teammates smack each other on the butt all the time. That is, I've seen that. I've seen that. I'm not gonna deny that. I'm not comfortable. Don't touch my ass. I don't get down like that. But I do understand that that is a team embrace. I can acknowledge that. But a smack on the butt from your teammate ain't this right here. It's not this at all. So let me see. Hold on. He said this is a culture thing. Black people don't really understand. This is more common in the brotherhood or from other countries. Well, respectfully, they're not in other countries. They're right here in America. Respectfully. Shout out to E Black. What's going on, E Black? Okay, so I just addressed that. So CJ, if you're in a basketball team, they smack your booty. I ain't down with that. I'm not down with that. I've seen men close hug in my husband's culture. Well, I've hugged another man before. Yeah, I've hugged him, but not kiss him, nor I've never laid in the bed with a shirtless man before. Never. I would never second guess my husband's sexuality if I seen this picture. It's his sports team, not frat my mistake. It's more likely a joke. I don't joke that way. This is uncommon to American blacks. Yeah, I definitely don't joke this way. I'm a proud American black.
So now she's seen this picture. She said, "Oh gosh."
Oh God. Oh yeah. Japrice, do you have a problem with Black American culture? That's a valid question. Devil's advocate, countries where men kiss each other are Southern, Central, and Eastern Europe. The law countries, the Mediterranean, the Middle East, the Horn of Africa, Central America, and South America. Well, we're in America, sir.
What I would say to that though is when I see those men kiss, it's not their whole face and chin. It's more of a peck. Because I am Muslim, so I'm around a lot of Middle Eastern men. They not, when they hug, it's not an embrace like that. Even if it's double armed, it's a quick hug and a quick peck. It's not like so miss me.
Yeah. All right. So I'll start one by one as they see this picture. Nurse Roxy. Japrice, I sent you the link. You should come up. Please
like
come
I
up.
said, sorry.
Go ahead, Nurse Roxy.
Like I said before, they have boundary issues, and sometimes when we want to get along with them, we will acquiesce to what they're presenting. So he's invited to something that he's gonna go along with. And there is some truth. I'm not going to be naive about the fact that if there's a brotherhood, such as in a rowing team or such as in a fraternity, there are a lot of boundaries that are crossed because they have to go that extra mile to kind of show, we are closer than just your usual or, your casual acquaintance with friends or your acquaintances. We're closer than that. And I know that because I am a part of a sorority. My husband is a part of fraternity. And I do know that sometimes those boundaries do cross a bit, or those, I guess, common boundaries, So maybe you are seeing people in a more closer kind of more, and I hate to use the word intimate, but intimate in the sense where it is a different kind of sisterhood and brotherhood than you would have with, I guess you're just casual friendships. But again, when it comes to those boundaries, this is sometimes the things that they engage in. I mean, I went to a PWI in my undergrad, and that was just something I just noticed with them. Like I said, they're very quick to, can I drink your, I remember one time I was one asked to drink milk from me. Like I had a container of milk, and he asked me, could he have some? And I mean, and I've been in school with them, even in high school, where they'll just go ahead and they just grab your drink and they will drink it. Like things that we just wouldn't do. Like culturally, like Black folks just don't really do that. But that's
Right.
something I feel like is kind of like normal for them to kind of get into those spaces, close spaces with you. And he may have felt like, to show that he is down, that he lets his guard down and allows this to happen. But again, this picture is, when I first saw it, I actually thought it was 3 men in the bed.
It's,
Not just besides him. I know that that's that guy's leg, but I thought it was 3 because it seems so. It's a strange picture, honestly. This is, if I see my husband there, I would be questioning him.
It would be quite suspect, right?
It would be extremely suspect. I would be really concerned about those boundaries, because even if you told me it was a rowing team, even if you told me it was a brotherhood, I have seen some suspect stuff happening in fraternities. I've seen videos where, and I'll leave the fraternities nameless, where you see men without any clothes on.
Okay. Japrice, what's going on?
Hi, good evening.
What's up? What's up? Thank you for joining. Now I know, and I'm gonna get to y'all. I just gotta get Japrice's take because I know she is a fresh and fit advocate, right? So this is kind of where her and I clash. So what's going on with you this evening?
Nothing much.
All right. So what's going on? Talk to me.
No, so what I was trying to say was pretty much the culture of a frat. And
This is not a frat, to be clear, though.
Okay,
It's
okay, like a brotherhood, a frat, a team, college. You know, it's all that brotherhood. They're all in a team, and culture in other countries. So what I was saying was like, it's more than likely a joke. I've seen my brother, my younger brother, he was on a football team for most of his life, and most of them would come over to the house, and most of them would have their shirts off, and they'll be all in the bed playing or whatever, or they'll like play jokes and games on each other all the time, and not once are any of them homosexual or anything like that. It could very well be likely a joke. I did see one of the comments of culture. He said what Myron explained, which is exactly where my mind was.
He said they had bottoms on. Okay. So let me ask you, and I asked you this yesterday. So for the people that wasn't here, I'll ask you again. If you saw this picture and this was your husband, you wouldn't have any issue with it. You would just assume it was a joke.
Knowing the background of the picture, like this is him and his team and stuff like that.
Right. I get you. Oh, all right.
Yeah.
So let me get your first initial thought, and then once you find out the background. At first glance, how would you feel about this picture, not knowing anything about it?
So when I first saw the picture, I didn't think anything much of it. Like my mind didn't go to, oh, this is suspect. My mind went to, for me knowing Fresh and Fit, like not knowing the person, but watching him for a little bit, and I know that he was in college and all this stuff. He has these brotherhood people. My mind didn't go to that. I knew like, oh, okay, Fresh and Fit is in the hot seat. They're trying to bring up these pictures again about them. But yeah, so my mind didn't go there.
So would you rather? So like I told you on Facebook, I said I would rather my son play with a kitchen set than be caught up in a picture like this.
Okay.
I would just keep it a buck. Get the kitchen set. Give me the pots and pans before I want to see you caught up in a picture like this. Because in my opinion, this is very suspect. Very suspect in my opinion. But as a grown heterosexual male, I'm an American Black male. So I don't know what they do over there. And this is why I wasn't trying to condemn other cultures and how they get down. But these men are here in America, and I don't get down like that. But I know it's popular to get down like that. That's why I said if it is what it is, then we in 2022.
Yeah, I think I do know that he. We also have to keep in mind that He was in college, so like he was way
I was
younger
in
than
college too.
he was way younger than what he would
I
than what
was
he is now. And when you're young and those guys, they all play those kind of
no,
games. I've seen it
nope.
firsthand with my brothers.
I was in Oakland University. I never played them kind of games. And like I said, to me, and I think it's just a person by person case. And I don't want to charge a whole group to one narrative like Fresh and Fit do all the time. But thank you. And but I don't know, like if if he wants to live in his truth, then live in his truth. But it just kind of befuddled me a little bit. But I did see a comment that you made. You said there isn't a culture, honestly, to have a problem with, but the negative thing of Black culture, you're not for. I think we do have a culture here. This, to me, what we're doing right now, this is Black culture. And I ignore the negatives. I don't even acknowledge them because that's nothing to talk about. We can talk about the negatives all day, but when you're doing something to actively change the culture, that is culture. This is redefining a culture. So I do believe we do have great American Black culture. This is American Black culture. I'm American. I uplift wonderful Black American women all the time. So yeah, this to me is Black culture. So, and like I said, I understand everything is a perspective base, but yeah. So I just wanted to get that out the way. Anybody else want to comment? Danny, what's up? This picture right here. Let me get your thoughts on this picture right here.
I'll be so angry. I also have went to college, lived on campus, and Japrice keep on saying brotherhood. Can we just say white people?
You can say white people. I'm not
say
gonna.
I can say Shay.
I'm not gonna say white people because I've seen. I'm sure there are other cultures of men.
I'm
not
sure
just
other
Black
cultures
that
too.
get down like that.
But I just feel like when she's saying brotherhood, it just sounds like white because white people got that group. It's like the brotherhood, right? Like I don't know. That's just what I hear.
No, brotherhood,
I hear the brotherhood.
like if you're on a team, if you're in a frat, if you're in any type of club,
Okay,
that is a brotherhood or a sisterhood. If you're in an all girls fraternity or I don't know how it's called, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not putting a race on it.
Okay, because I'm like, when I hear that, they actually have like a group called the Brotherhood. So it's like, I just keep it just, and then I'm looking at white men. So I don't know. That's just what's repeating in my head. But I'll be angry because okay, so they look like they're in a hotel room. So maybe they were at an away game. That's fine. That's fine. He do have on clothes. I don't know what's under the cover, but he's under the cover. He do look a little bit uncomfortable with the guy laying on top of him. But then I see a whole nother man over there. And I don't know if that's underwear. It looks like he wrapped up in a towel.
In a pillow or something, right? Yeah.
No, but besides the pillow, I see like a white by the computer. Look like a towel, like he wrapped up in a towel. Mm-hmm. Real comfortable on that bed. Like he was laying in that bed too. Mm-hmm. No. I don't care how much of a frat he is in, what type of team he is on, how comfortable you are, or how much you're trying to fit in. No.
Okay. No. King Gene. But King Gene, before you go, Tariq Nasheed made a comment. He said that, he called it the bussy hole. He said the bussy hole, scratch that. The rabbit hole keeps getting deeper for Myron Gaines, who said that foundational Black Americans are PUSSYs, lazy. And white supremacy is in the past. So it's deeper than just a picture for Tariq. And what also bothered me was the caption where it said a happy birthday goes out
Black buddy
to my boy, my little Black buddy, my loud Black buddy. Now I'm not like I said, I don't joke like that at all with nobody. You could have called me and I get people have inside jokes and everything like that, but I don't play them type of games. That's why I was befuddled. Because is this what you have to do to get acceptance in certain circles?
Yes.
allow yourself to be subjected to stuff like this and the names like this, I got a problem with that. Don't call me your little black buddy. My name is CJ. I don't black nothing. Like, I'm not trying to get into no circles like that where I got to be subjected, especially by men who don't look like me. Yeah, that's a problem for me. It may not be a problem for everybody else, but don't call me your little black buddy or loud black buddy. I had an issue with that, but I'm gonna go straight down the paddle. But I mean, King Gene, but go ahead. What you think, sir?
Well, I absolutely agree with you about that last section of what he said. Now, and then especially if we're part of a team, and this is supposed to be friendship. This is supposed to be camaraderie. You don't refer to me like that, man. It's not necessary to place me in a category and then post me to a personal, not a public website. And then too, I want to draw y'all attention to something now. I don't know if y'all noticed it. That's one headboard. You don't see but one headboard in this whole picture. So that's one bed with 3 gentlemen. Now listen, I try not to be too difficult with the way that I assess things, but man, you got 3 dudes in the bed and 2 of them ain't got a shirt on. That's the definition of suspect. Come on now, let's just be honest. I understand there's some proponents of fresh and fit in the audience in the chat. We just taking into consideration what we saying. Please, for a moment, just suspend disbelief and look at the picture. If there was any other gentleman with 2 other gentlemen in the bed with them with their shirts off,
and the other one don't got on the bottom too. Let's point that out. That the other one on the computer don't have on the bottom.
Oh, well, case closed then. What we talking about this for? This is absolutely suspect. Yeah, something's wrong with this.
And again, we use the word suspect. We're not making any assumption. We're just suspecting. We don't know 100%. I don't know if they made a statement on it, but suspect. Let me get to Nurse Roxy. What's up when you see this one?
Well, my thing is, if those were 2 women and your man, right? Like, look at how we would be like, oh my God, that is completely sexual if there was 2 women. So you have one woman with, we don't know how much clothes that person has on. We just know they're by a computer, next to a computer, but we don't know what they have on. And one who is completely topless. Even if that woman was fully clothed and laying on your man like that, you would find that picture to be completely suggestive. So I'm just saying, like, just switching that, we would not be sitting here deliberating. And, that's a tendency people actually have. It seems like when it comes to Shay and their behaviors, we tend to overanalyze what is right in front of us. Like, you can't, what they say, I can't believe my lying eyes or something like that, so we, that's why we have these court cases. I know I'm reaching right now, but that's why we have these court cases where you have obvious guilt, but we still, have a practice in this country to exhaust all resources when it's clear right in front of us what we're seeing. So it's like, I feel like that's what we always give them. So now here it is. We're talking about fraternities. We're talking about this. We're talking about all this stuff. But if those were 2 women and your man laying like that, you'd be asking your man, like, what was this about? And you need to get those like images out of here, because I don't want any female thinking that she can roll up on you like that again. Like, is that really your friend? Because if that's your friend, why is that picture still public? You know what I mean? Get them women out of here. Like, what are you? And that's if it was women. We wouldn't be sitting here doing all of these Olympics trying to justify what we're seeing right here. So, that's why I don't let people talk me into things. When I have my mind made up on something, I just go along with it until something else, and that's just my own way of getting through life.
Okay. All righty then. Japrice, any last comments before we move on to the next segment?
No.
All righty.
No.
Well, shout out to Fresh and Fit, Fruity and Fraud, Fake and Fraud, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, so I don't know. But shout out to them. And ladies and gentlemen, that was the first of much more to come Befuddled moment of the week. How did y'all like that?
I liked it.
I liked it. I just want to say something about culture, though.
He
said that he left it public, and he said that that's not his room. That just made that picture worse. At least if it was his room, then somebody came and crashed into his room while he's comfortable in his bed. But this is a whole nother man's room. That this man is naked in his room on his laptop, and you came and got under the cover with him, bruh.
And then people can say what they want about KS. They done been calling KS gay for the last almost 2 years. I ain't never found no picture of Kevin Samuels like this pop up though.
Nope.
You said that he explained that it is his room and it's not his room. So
meaning that it's Myron's room and it's not his friend's room. That's what Myron said in the video.
Oh, okay.
Then why is his friend naked in his room? Okay, so
you guys are
so
really overreacting. He's not naked. Men walk around with the shirts.
I'm not overreacting. I'm not overreacting. I'm not
all
overreacting.
The time.
If it's my room and I'm laying in my bed, ain't no another female about to come in wrapped up in just a towel, getting comfortable on my bed on her computer. Go put on your fucking clothes. Because it's like King James said, this is one headboard, so this is my room. You're not about to come in my room naked and get comfortable on the computer. That's disrespectful to me.
Caprice, your rebuttal, if you got one.
I mean, you guys have already have your minds like made up on it. I don't know what else to say.
Well, no, I mean, you still have a point. You have a point, and you know you can debate it, or if you want to add anything else, that's cool too. Whatever you want to say.
Yes, naked. When I look at that picture, the guy who's sitting with the computer, all you see, he don't have on a shirt, and I can see that man's knees and below. He has on no clothes on the bottom. What he got on is maybe a towel because
you don't think it could possibly be shorts?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You think it could be? You think it could be shorts? Caprice?
When I look at that material,
yeah,
it looks thin, like perhaps cover material.
Or maybe the picture. What about
or a towel?
The picture just looks wrong. And then once let's just say if you get an actual explanation of what happened in that picture.
My husband couldn't explain why some man is naked in his room.
Oh no. Okay.
Well, so Caprice, you said Myron did have an explanation, right? I didn't see the video if he did. But he did? Did you see it?
Yeah, he had mentioned it in one of his videos.
And can you kind of like paraphrase what he said?
Culture,
just so we're clear.
Culture said it. He said it right there. He said that he explained. Okay. He explained the photo, and he said that he left the photo up for years. He also said that they came in on him at 5 a.m. making a joke, and they just took the picture. Like they came to wake him up at 5 a.m. As you can see, he's like kind of still asleep.
Okay, here it is.
Yeah.
Okay. He said he explained that this was 5 a.m. before practice, and they joked on him, the pic/hug, for being asleep before a rowing event, to that effect. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, whether that's the truth or not, we'll never know. It's between him, those three men, that headboard, that mattress, and
the pillow, and the bed sheets,
and the computer.
So it was 5 o'clock in the morning. He got up and went and answered the door. Went and got back in the bed. Let the other naked guy come get in the bed, and then they got on top of him.
And just to be fair, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna be fair. I don't like Fresh and Fit, so I'm having a wonderful time with this. I'm very petty and I'm trolling at this point with them, but yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know. I mean, it could be very well what Myron said. Just to be fair, it could be exactly what he said, but I'm trolling him, so F him.
Yeah, we see.
So
I see.
I'm having a lot of fun at their expense. I am. I don't like them cats. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next topic. Are you all familiar with Regina King?
Yes.
Recently her son committed suicide. And 26 years old. 26 years old, ladies and gentlemen. The young man committed suicide, had his whole life ahead of him, and it's crazy because I have an article here, and it's talking about the suicide rates rising in a generation of Black youth, right? So before we get into the article, let me get y'all initial thoughts on suicide and how it affects us as a community. Because when I was coming up, and I even see suicide in young kids, young children, like
Mm-hmm.
7, 6, 8 years old. When I was coming up, and I'm not that old, I never heard of a kid killing themselves. Never.
Mm-hmm.
You never heard that. Now, that doesn't mean it didn't happen. I'm not going to say it didn't happen, but you never heard of children offing themselves at such a young age. Now, Regina King's son, respectfully, was 26 years old. But yeah, this is just a sad situation. I'll start with the priest. The priest, do you have any any thoughts on this or about the suicide rates that may be going on in the community, or what do you think?
What I saw that, like I just saw that today actually. Um, it kind of made me think about this 17-year-old at my old church. He killed himself. He jumped off a building. He was only Xavier was he 16 or 17?
Mm.
It kind of it made me think of that instantly. Um, I don't really know exactly why he did that. But that's my initial thoughts when I heard about that. I was like, oh wow.
And I don't want to make assumptions because we
Mm-mm.
don't know what was going on with Regina King's son. But I was talking to Didi last night, and that just goes to show you. You may think a person have a lot of resources and money and all that kind of stuff, but it don't mean that they're not suffering from mental issues. So let me get to King Gene. King Gene, what do you think? I know you wanted to talk about this as well.
I really did, because you know, and this is something like you said that's happening more and more, because last year, my daughter, she was in 6th grade, and she had a close friend of hers commit suicide.
Mm.
And so what they did was they offered grief counseling to the family and to the students that were in our class and around. But see, here's the thing. The thing about it for me is you never really know what's below the surface.
Nope.
You're talking to a person and they're smiling, they're happy, they're interacting in their normal way, and then below the surface there are some real issues that are animating the way that they behave. So
Mm-hmm.
man, you never know. Because after it was over, I talked to my daughter, and I said, well, was the way that she behaved, was it different? Did she say anything to you all? Did y'all know that anything was going? No, Dad, we came in and that was it. And not to be too graphic, but uh it was strangulation, and it
Mm.
was done in her closet. And so her family came in that day and found her. So it's a powerful thing. But now, according to some of the statistics, like you were talking about, CJ, in the last 10 years, suicide in our community for children under 18 has gone up 71%. 71%. Okay. And now, this article that I'm looking at is dated April 24th, 2021. So since that time, of doing that particular article, it says black children under 18, the rate at which they delete themselves, because I'm gonna be kind of sensitive, because YouTube doesn't really like that word, but the rate at which they delete themselves is 71%. It's gone up 71% in the last decade. So
Mm.
it's an issue we got to tackle. And you know what? I'll be honest, and then I won't belabor the point. I just want to put this out there. I know when I was growing up as a young man, it was always a stigma attached to having mental issues that you needed to work out, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people would say, "Oh, he crazy," you're gonna take the crazy medication, or he gonna get a crazy check. It's all, a whole stigma that's attached to that. We got to get rid of that stigma, because we're losing too many young children to this. If it's something that they can get help with, if it's medication that they need to regulate themselves, then as their parents and as a community, we need to make that accessible to them so that they can continue to live. That's all I'm fighting for. They need to be able to live, because regardless of how I fight for masculinity or manhood, if there's no children, going forward into the next generation, we fighting for nothing because they're not allowed to carry on our legacy. So we got to stop this. This is something we need to really focus on. That's my thought now.
King Gene, I have an article from Scientific American. In the article, it states that a 2018 study found, for instance, Black children between the ages of 5 and 12 are twice as likely to die by suicide as white children of the same age. The urgency to deal with the issues has only grown more. A new study found that suicide rates among Black children and adolescents have recently been worsening. 5 to 12 years old. What's I don't know. I don't know what to make of this. Danny, what do you think? I'm gonna go to Nurse Roxy.
I was actually along the lines with Dee Dee, how she said the bullying don't stop at school and follow them home. Because I know that a lot of people be like, well, I got bullied. Well, the difference between when we were small in this last decade is that social media has taken over. It's very popular for your child at 5 years old to have a cell phone. My husband got my son a cell phone at 5 years old. I didn't like it, but he has a say. So, you know, I have to go along with what he did and just take precautions with that. I think it's very sad. I did work in a mental hospital in the kids unit, which I was shocked that we had a kids unit, and that's what most of them were there for, was attempted suicide. Wow. You know, as nurses, we pass out medicine to these old people. They be having big piles of pills and they pop them in their mouth and swallow them. I had little elementary school babies taking piles of pills like that. So
yes,
popping them in their mouth, swallowing. I can't even swallow one pill. Like I have to swallow one pill and swallow a whole lot of water with it to get the one pill down.
You can give them a cup.
Children. Yes, to see these children, it broke my heart. I just try my best to relate to my children that I love them no matter what. I love you when I'm mad. I love you when I'm disappointed. I'm going to accept you whatever you do. It's nothing that you can do that make me not love you, not accept you, not help you. I would never, ever, ever, ever turn my back on you. It's nothing that you can't tell me. I try my best to make them aware of their emotions. If you're feeling something, I'm not going to shun them for crying or being upset. I'm going to let you have your moment. We're going to talk about it. What was you feeling? Why were you feeling that way? Right. What can we do to change that? I want them to learn early what their emotions are and how to handle them. I absolutely advocate for them to stand up for themselves in school no matter what, whether it's an adult or not. You don't have to do what the adult is telling you to do if you're not comfortable doing it. And I'm going to stand up for you so when they call me, you know I'm riding for you. At all costs, know that I have your back. Period. Don't ever doubt it.
That's what's up. Nurse Roxy, your thoughts, please.
I mean, well, that does, like you said, it lets us know that story about Regina King's son, his, deleting himself, as King Gene said. It's unfortunate. It lets you know that, having access to things obviously doesn't mean the world. Of course, if that's your normal upbringing, then that's normal for you, right? So again, it's been normalized. So what we would look at is like, you have the world. It's like, that's normal for him. And there's always something else to attain. So I'm sure he probably was thinking about something else, that he wanted. And it also is quite possible he could have had some behavior health or mental health issues that, and I hate to sound like this, but oftentimes when you have parents, and this is something I think a lot of us, Black folks can be guilty of, we can be very preoccupied with our work and everything like that. I mean, she has, especially lately, has been very, busy. We don't know what that upbringing was for him. I mean, he also did not have his father. From my understanding, they did divorce. So assuming that divorce and what is normalized for him, for us, probably looking, oh, well, divorce, but you father, you have all these other things, you still have a relationship with your father, you have access to all these resources. You know, I'm sure you could have recovered or bounced back from that quite easily. Well, again, that's normal for him. So that there's nothing like, you know, I guess material that probably could repair the absence of like seeing maybe that separation between the parents. You just never know. And I don't know his story. I don't know his background. I'm just talking about just from the things that I know. I know that she's separated from his father, and I know that she's been very busy working. Those are facts that I know. I know those are two key things that any child can be negatively impacted by. Just being the neglect that goes along with that, and the feeling of abandonment, because now you have to explain to that child that the divorce wasn't their fault. I remember one time I was watching a program on HBO, and it was about children having to explain why their parents separated. And I mean, you wanted something to cry about? Are you looking for, if you want to know if your tear ducts work, listen to little 5 and 6-year-olds explain why their parents divorced. I mean, the fact that they were actually putting their thoughts together. And I mean, of course, they because developmentally where they are, they blame themselves. Mm-hmm. Right. So again, you know, you just don't know, especially because parents do tend to bring up any kind of limitations with child rearing that they're either blaming on the other person or something. So it's like the child can hear these conversations. I've heard of parents arguing and coming up with such arguing points about not wanting the child, and the child hearing that, and the child being impacted. I was just a couple of years ago, someone was telling me, grown man, that he heard his parents arguing, and the father saying, you know, I told you had to get an abortion. And he was like maybe about 17 or 18 when he heard this, and he could never forgive his father from that point. So we don't know what from led up to that separation could have been impacting that young boy's life. And I mean, of course, all this is a reach because
we're just assuming. We don't know.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, that's tough. See, I got some trolls in here. That's crazy that it'll be, you can, let me see. Yeah, I'll get rid of that troll. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's a shame that situation took place. And again, y'all made a good point, and it's something that I didn't even really think about, Danny and Dee Dee, because y'all mentioned that this follows these children home.
Yes.
Because back in the day, well, I'm saying back in the day, like I'm like 50 or something like that. But back in the day, like when my pops told, like when I was in school, my pops would say, somebody snap on you, you snap on them back. Somebody talk about you, you roast them back. Like that was just roasting. That was just something we did as children for play, for sport. You know, in our culture, that's what we did. You know, roasting has been around since the beginning of time. Comedians roast each other, you know, all the way back to who knows when. You know, we got roast upon roast. So, but we never thought about the effects on the kids that wasn't up to par, who couldn't really hang, who couldn't roast, whatever. We just never thought about those things because it was just, we kids. We doing what kids do. You know what I'm saying? So,
CJ, I was an African booty scratcher for forever. I was like teased all the time for my parents being Jamaican. All the time. My sisters and I have like serious complex with even like the people we grew up with because of that. Yeah, we were African booty scratchers.
Wow. Same. I've been called African booty scratcher. Yeah. All in middle school. And they said that my grandmother who passed away, she had like gray hair, but it looked kind of yellow. They teased me and said that my grandmother looks like a burnt hot dog with mustard on top.
Wow. Kids are cruel.
Yeah.
Kids are cruel. I mean, I've never experienced that. I mean, I got made fun of for being fat in school, but that bothers people too. I mean, if you watch 600-Pound Life, a lot of these people came up, they were tormented as children.
Yeah.
I just, man, and that follow when y'all said it follows them home with social media, that's
Yeah.
crazy because
Mm.
it never followed us home.
Right.
Like when I was, if I got talked about, we roasting each other, and I didn't have to look on my. We didn't have phone. I didn't have a phone at like I didn't get a phone until I was like 16. But in middle school and elementary school, you couldn't go on the internet and see that. Oh, CJ got roasted today.
Mm-hmm.
You think what I'm saying? It's not in your face constantly.
Mhm.
Because an argument that I used to have was, well, are these kids just soft? It's deleting yourself being promoted because we do have programs like what's that Netflix show? I think it's called 13 Reasons Why or
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So we have programs that are making it seem like it's the popular thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
So my next question to the panel is that do you think that, and I'm not speaking in regards to Miss Regina King's son, but I'm just talking about in period as a society. Do y'all feel that deleting yourself is being promoted to a certain degree? Because 13 Reasons Why is a very popular show. But I mean, we do have cases to where some people need to, I don't know, do they need to hear things like that? I mean, I don't, is it important to get different takes on that? Is it promoting a certain agenda? What do y'all think?
I,
Please go ahead.
so I worked before I was married. I worked at a school. I was a sub teacher, and then I worked in the front office. And oh my God, I worked in a middle school. By this particular time, it was a new school, so we were only having sixth graders, and sixth graders are usually 11 to 12 years old. And when I tell you, so many of those girls, I had to call their parents and call the police because they're in the bathroom cutting themselves. A lot of them said that the reason of cutting themselves is because let's just say her name. Alyssa said that it's a stress reliever. Alyssa said this, and my boyfriend broke up with me, and I'm just like, huh? I mean to tell you, I was picking up little girl after little girl after little girl from their classrooms, bringing them into the office, caught the colleagues there in the bathroom cutting themselves. I'm like, what is going on? Like, I was like, I honestly think that it's a trend. Like, it's something to do, and I was picking up so many like I don't know if I would call it a suicide letter, but it's letters saying that how they want to cut themselves because their friends and their boyfriend, and like, if oh my God, the blood feels good gushing out. I'm just like, what in the, and mind you, these are 11-year-olds. I'm like, what is going on? So to me, I feel as though it's definitely being introduced. And in the school that I worked at, there's like posters around saying, like, suicide hotline. And even though I don't know, I feel as though it is helpful, but then it's like it's introducing. I don't know. I just know I was just confused on the reasoning of why these little girls were cutting themselves.
You muted.
Oh, my bad. And that's a crazy thing, man. And to the people that's watching on the video, excuse me for eating chicken in the middle of the broadcast. This is like the first thing I ate today. I was asleep. I had a long shift. Excuse me, but it seems like I have a trend of eating on platforms. This is like a thing now. I swear I don't do it on purpose. It just, we do this at a certain time, and that's around the time I eat. So yeah, I've seen a couple comments about that. But all right, King Gene, do you think this is being promoted almost to a certain degree? Because again, as a kid, I never heard about deleting yourself ever. That never crossed our minds. So
I didn't either. I didn't either, my brother. But I think, and I know that's something that seems to me would be just an ordinary notion. Parents, if you're involved in your child's life, like Danielle was talking about, the way that she deal with her sons. See what she's doing. She's teaching her sons positive coping mechanisms, and the cutting is what we're describing. Now that's not a coping mechanism that anyone would view as positive. So you have to be aware of what's going on, and then these children that Japri was talking about, that that are employing this device to ease the tension, or so they think. Um, if the parents are aware of, that this is going on, why not get involved? Take them to get some help, or
Yeah.
be that person that Danielle is for her son. Be the person that you, if there's something that you need to talk about that you're uncomfortable with, as a parent, you should endeavor to try to be the person that your child can talk to.
Mm-hmm.
At least try to keep the door open, because it may be something later on that they need to say. Come and sit down and say, Dad, I need to talk to you. You got a couple minutes? And then I tell you, with myself. Now my daughter is here with me. She, I'm her only parent here, and I'm responsible for her financially solely. But now, if I'm working, we have this system where I have a light in front of me. If the light is green, when she opens the door, she knows I'm working. But if the light is not green, then if the light is not green, when she hits the door, she has my full attention.
I
Anything
was
she
laughing
wants
at
to
you. I'm
talk to.
sorry. I was looking at CJ's comment talking about the chicken.
Okay.
No, well, I wanted to put some respect, but I heard
Both
everything y'all said. I heard
both
everything
feet
y'all
in the
said.
wings. Both feet
Yes.
with the toenail.
I'm like, I
With
want some.
Look, that with the toenails, with the shellac on them.
Ooh, that's all we do. Shout
That's
out
all
to
he do now.
Shout out to all the ladies that's rocking shellac nails right now. We don't wait for the nails to dry. But
That's,
go
that's
ahead,
my
King.
brother. That's my brother. He don't do nothing. If you watch any of his travel channel shows, shellac is all he do. He don't do that.
Yes. She
I don't
not
mess
waiting
with
for her nails to dry.
I don't
That's
mess
right.
with girls
That's
that gotta
right.
wait for their nails to dry, and them edges better be right. But
That's right.
I digress.
now.
King Gene, back to your green light system. I actually thought that was pretty dope. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
If the light's green, she knows Dad is working. But if it's not, when she hits the door, she has my undivided attention. But now, listen. You want me to be honest? I'm gonna be honest, okay? A lot of the things she talks about, I'm like, hey, I don't know what to tell you, but I'm here to listen. I'm here to listen now, because a lot of it involves her relationships with her friends, and the female element is foreign to me. Can I say that?
Sure.
So it's a lot of things that she brings to Daddy's attention. I'm like, well, baby, give me a hug. That's all I know to do. Anything else, we'll see what we can do. But I think that you should just, if your child has gotten to the point that this is the way that they use to cope, then please try to introduce to them other ways of coping. Like with my daughter, sometimes she go to the gym with me. She'll say, Dad, I had a rough day. I said, okay, well, hey, we can go hit the gym. You can get on the treadmill, or you can come help me, whatever you want to do. But it needs to be a positive way to cope. There needs to be a mechanism involved where they can relieve the stress that they have, the tension that they had, that they've gathered throughout the day, but do it in a positive way, a way that won't hurt anybody or themselves.
Nurse Roxy, what are some positive reinforcements that you think could help deal with children who may be going through suicidal thoughts? What do you think?
We've talked about this before in previous shows, but I just want to reiterate it. The importance of therapy. If you have like a family member who's passed, if you've had any kind of traumatic, life-changing event that you've been affected by, don't assume that if it affected you, just because you're an adult and you can make sense of life and you identified it was harsh or harm, the harm that was done, or the possible damage had an effect on you because of whatever you were, intellectualizing as an adult. Assume that child was affected by it and does not have the capabilities of reasoning or trying to even process it. Like I told you before, I had a neighbor in my old neighborhood. She was my senior about 10 years or 11 years or so, who suddenly passed. And her nieces were the ones who actually discovered her. She passed out in the kitchen, and she was playing cards with them, got up, walked towards the kitchen, passed out. And that was it. They brought an EMS to come in there. They could not revive her. And, they observed, they witnessed all of this. They were playing cards with her when all this happened. One is 17 or 18, and the other one I believe she is 22 or 21 or so. Um, they need therapy. That was what I suggested to the family. Please make sure that they get some type of therapy. It's kind of sensitive right now, so I haven't really been able to talk to the key people I want to talk to about this therapy for the children. But I did speak to their family members about it. Like, I really hope that they get therapy. I don't know why people in general, not just as Black folks, but we have a certain way about mental health where we kind of brush it off. If your child told you that one of their friends, committed suicide, I do think at least checking in with them about their feelings and how they're dealing with the process, processing the loss of their friend, is important. So I think we have to really be sensitive to their needs and also aware of how we're feeling. And it's like, if we're adults and we're feeling this way, how is that child processing this whole thing? And they don't even have the life experience to make sense of it.
Right. Definitely. I feel what you're saying. Japri, as a young mom, what do you think are some things that parents can do to help their children? I don't know. I'm not a parent. I don't know what to do. Y'all know my fix to everything is going on vacation, but it might not be so simple with everything else. So what do you think, Japri?
Yeah, so like Roxy said, if you, there's like open communication pretty much, and therapy is good if there's some traumatic events that has happened, and I'm sure everybody has had them. Some may be more traumatic than the others, but just basically communicating and having sit down dinners at the table and try to talk and try to figure out what's going on, and it's big like being involved. And if you can, um, kind of set that foundation as like having like a two-parent home, because I know it's very much easier said than done when like maybe you're a single parent, you're a single mom, and like you working, that's like a lot of this stuff happens because you're so busy trying to provide for your family. You miss a lot, and things kind of get looked over because you're so stressed and you're so tired, so.
Okay, that's what's up. I appreciate that. Two more questions for the panel on this particular topic. Now, my first to last question. My grandpa always said that, well, his solution to all problems were, you ain't working enough. You ain't go to work. You're not working enough. She left you because you're lazy. You don't work enough. You ain't got no money. Everything could be solved by going to work. Now, this is the old school, very old school way of thinking. Most of those men, if they were still around today, they would think that this generation is soft. So let me ask you all: is that the old way of thinking? Is that a bad way of thinking? Were they doing any good to the younger ones that were coming up under them by just saying to man up or to go to work more? Because in my opinion, when I was told to man up, I thought that was one of the best things that could have ever been told to me. But I'll get back to that. I'll start with King Gene. What do you think, King Gene, as a man?
I think in some cases, man, it's helpful, especially if they know you well enough and they know that you are slacking off to a certain degree. If that's actually the case, then yeah, you need to get up off your end and do something. The reason why things are not going the way you want them to go in your life is because you're not putting any effort into it. But now, am I saying that that's the case for each and every person that's told that? No, because once again, what we're talking about is when you hear, because now I'll just use my father as an example. Older gentleman, he's since passed, but that's what my father used to say. Things get rough, he going to work. And now that I sit here with these beautiful sisters, you know what I realized? That was his coping mechanism.
Yes.
That's how he dealt with life. Because now everything else that's going on, I have no control over, but I can control this one thing. I can control this. This is specifically me. So I'm gonna go to work.
Go to work.
I'm gonna go to work.
Grandpa used to tell me all the time. I'll never forget this. And if you're listening, I'm sorry. He said, you know why your wife left you? Because you're broke. You don't go to work. You wouldn't be beating on her if you had a job. You dig what I'm saying? Like, that was his solution for everything. Going to work. You don't work enough. You dig what I'm saying? You wouldn't be slapping her if you had a job, sir. She wouldn't be getting on your damn nerves if you had a job. If you worked enough, she can't get on your nerves if you at work. That was the answer. No, I'm not saying that's the most healthy thing, the most healthy way to look at things. I've never once said it was. But as a kid, my pops would be like, boy, you better man up. What you worried about that for? You a man. I remember the first lesson my dad taught me was a man is always supposed to have money in his pockets. That was the very first lesson that I can vividly remember as a kid. He used to say, you don't never walk around with no money in your pocket, without no money in your pocket. You dig what I'm saying? So, like, I understand a lot of us don't have the opportunities to have father figures like that in our lives, very old school father figures, that Generation X and the generation before that raising them. So that could be a component of it. But what do you think, Nurse Roxy? Is that doing more bad than good?
So I think everything does depend on the family structure. So the family structure is that, the man is the person that's going to be physically working. So again, work can be looked at in many different ways. You could have a person actually outside of the home as a out of the home earner. So you're talking about physically going to work away from the home, and the woman is in the home to hold the household down. You could also have a situation where you have a woman who is a higher earner, so her working is what is bringing in the income, and maybe you have a man who is in the household, but maybe his role is more on the child rearing side, or maybe managing things in the home. So I guess everything depends on family structures, or the family dynamic, I should say. But I do think as a philosophy, just in general of just get up and work. Yes, I believe, if I'm paraphrasing this correctly, there's a Bible scripture that alludes to like money answering all things. So there is, I guess,
Really?
a money thing. Well, I mean, listen, one thing I've learned in the past 5 years or so, money is great to have. I mean, it's just good to have it. Like I said to you before, King Gene had even highlighted it, that I live under my means, and I do so because I love having money. I just love it. I grew up poor, and I love having it. When I see people, I'm one of those people who I actually enjoy people like living lavish and like just spending the money, because that's how much I just like seeing people have it. Like, wow, you're doing this sounds great to me. Like, or people investing it. And I'm like, wow, you grew your, investments to that level. That's just great. So I think working in that capacity, or going to work to earn and to have access to resources, I think that's great. A man going out in the home and doing that, I think for the most, the way our society is structured, I think it's a respected man. He's going to definitely have his way in the household, speak up. When he wants things to get done his way, that's going to get done. Women will acquiesce because they know he's doing his part. But of course, I've also seen it personally in my life, my parents working so hard, being out of the home so much, that you are figuring out a lot of things on your own as a child. And that can be really rough on children's upbringing. I mean, it can be really, really, really rough.
Nurse Roxy, you said something that made me a little curious. So I had to actually go look up that verse from the Bible. And it comes from Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 19.
Oh, what does it say?
Says that the King James Version, it says that a feast is made for laughter, wine maketh merry, but money answereth all things.
Yeah. I tell you one thing. I don't have a problem with money. And like I said, I live way under my means just so I can have access to it. So when I want to do things, I am not worried about money, because that is, when I tell you not having money is like the worst kind of stress ever. It is like, it's like I'm allergic to it. I hate it. It makes me sick. It keeps me up at night. Like like that's like there's certain things I just don't even. I can't. I gotta have money. Like grew up too poor for me not to have it.
I feel you. No, I feel you.
Grew up poor.
Danny D, let me ask you, has the man up, being told man up, do you feel like that has done more harm than good? Is it putting too much pressure on young men? Do you feel like that leads to depression, ultimately leading to deleting itself? Let me get your thoughts on that, please.
I don't think so. I think men are depressed because they don't have money sometimes. So sometimes the case could be that if you just go to work, you would have some money, you would feel some accomplishment. That accomplishment will give you some self-worth and you would feel better. My mother has even told me that as a woman, though, like my brother and his wife, they were having issues. My mom said the problem is she don't got nothing to do. She need to go get a job. She need to go find a hobby, busy your mind. You know what I'm saying? Instead of worrying about all this other trivial things. So I've heard it for women also. When I first got with my husband, I was irritated. My mom was like, so what you gonna do? What are you over there doing besides taking care of your kid? You need something else to do.
Right.
I was like, okay, so I don't think it's nothing wrong with it. If that is the case. Now, if that's not the case, then I've had that experience too. When I was in nursing school, I didn't work. I had straight A's. That was my first time ever having straight A's in my life. But I had straight A's in nursing school. I had this psychology class, and I could not figure out this woman's method of testing. And so I got like a C, maybe a low B. I was devastated. So I'm asking the woman, like, I'm just not understanding. Can you explain it another way? And she was like, well, you just not working hard enough. Yo, I broke down crying in front of the whole class because I'm like, I didn't listen to your lecture. I didn't read your notes. I didn't read all the books, but I'm still not understanding. So I'm trying to ask for help. And you telling me I'm not working hard enough when you don't even know what I'm doing? So I've had it from both sides. So it just depends on you what the answer is. Sometimes it can be that you need to work harder. And sometimes it can be that something else needs to happen. So it's not a one-off.
I felt that, sis. Thank you for sharing it. I felt that.
Yeah, that's real talk. All right, to my second question concerning this. Now, if y'all don't want to answer, you don't have to. But have any of you all ever been to a point to where you felt like you wanted to delete yourself?
Yes.
You want to talk about it, or you just want to leave it at that?
I'll say this. I've said this before, and I just want to reiterate. There are certain neighborhoods growing up for me in a low-income neighborhood where just a lot of the toxic stuff that's in that environment, if you are not directly thinking about killing yourself or ending it all, or just feeling like every day you just don't know how you're going to make it to the next, you are probably to some degree engaging in those kinds of behaviors, whether it is listening to the music that is just sending that message of kind of ending it all. I mean, I remember very clearly the documentary that they did of Biggie Smalls, a recent one that was on Netflix. And I was listening to some of the songs and I was like, man, I used to love these songs. But when I was really listening to the songs, I was like, wait a second. And I remember after that point, I just kept telling people like a lot of the music we were listening to back then was all like suicide music, right? And I told people that because, and I shared this with you guys before, there was a time I really didn't value my life. I used to smoke weed like all the time. That was my coping thing. And I was smart enough to know that that's why I was doing it. And I would always tell myself that I was dealing with anxiety, but I was still not able to put a finger on it. And when I really came to and acknowledged what exactly it was, and I was putting all the pieces together, I was like, wait a second. I'm like, this is what all my little brothers and sisters in the neighborhood I grew up in, we kind of all dealing with this. And that's why I'm very sensitive and very careful to not like be casual about like the music that children are listening to. You know what I mean? Certain things in our neighborhoods, like I know I bring this up all the time, even something as simple as trash. You know, when you are seeing a lot of trash where you live and it's just trash all over the street, and you don't even have a local, government that's involved with kind of keeping the streets clean, no park to play in, that kind of gives a certain hopelessness that I think a lot of times we overlook. And then you don't really realize it until you move from that environment and you're like, wait a second, like right now, my son is being raised in a neighborhood where there's like at least 4 parks that he can walk to. I'm talking about green, grassy parks. He can walk to a park that has a running water creek there. He can go fishing. I mean, this is the stuff that you think of it as, do children really need that? Or that's just the movies? No, I think children really do need that. I think adults need it. Human beings need it. So a lot of these concrete jungles that we grow up in, if we're really able to really think about some of our behaviors, it's like a lot of those are very suicidal, kind of like, without going further, like what are the steps that lead to that decision? Is it worthlessness? Is it feeling like you don't fit? Is it feeling like your voice isn't heard? Is it feel like you don't matter? So life hits you hard sometimes. So if you're a child and you can't process that stuff, on top of being in a toxic environment, and you can't make sense of that stuff, and your parents are like, they're in their mind, they're working hard and they're doing everything to try to make life for you, but they're not there for you to run to. They're telling you to buck up, like you were saying earlier, CJ, work harder. They're looking at your grades, they're telling how all these expectations coming down on you, and you're in an environment with people who are like, okay, this person down the street is clearly selling drugs. This lady over here is clearly a prostitute. Okay, these are all crack dealers. Oh, wait a second. And their parents use drugs? Wait a second. This is your environment. And that's normal for you. That becomes normal for some children. So I would have to say, as far as suicidal, when I was probably about like 14 or 15 or so, it crossed my mind a few times. But then I think it was, like I said, long after that, I still engage in very like suicidal like behaviors. Kind of like I said, like worthless like behaviors. Like just like I said, smoking weed. And I know people think about that and they're like, smoking weed, that's fun. Snoop Doggy Dogg does it. No, that's very like, what is your body getting from that? You are harming yourself. Being drunk, drinking. Just I remember times I would go out and party and I'd be so drunk to where like I literally felt like my eyes and my head were rolling back.
Wow.
That's fun. Imagine that. For a lot of children, that's fun. That's a part of growing up. So I know some people are going to say, oh, you're being a prude or whatever the case is. I'll deal with that. But I'm just saying, as you get older, a lot of times you reflect on a lot of these behaviors and you realize how diabolical, that mindset was, and things that you were just, if you're wise, I think you know that your children don't have to do that. If I see my child engage in those behaviors, I would not say, oh, that's cool. My child comes to me asking me, oh, I got some exotic weed. Do you think I should smoke it? Why do you need to smoke it? We need to have a conversation. I've only specifically said that because somebody actually came to me, a parent said to me, what is your opinion about her son is 23 years old. So he was going away out of the, flying out to a vacation with friends, and she smelled weed in his room. She said it was so potent. She called him and said to him, I know you're away, but this thing you have, it can't be here. And he says to her, it's exotic. Don't throw it away. If your child can tell you in your house that they have some exotic weed and you're calling me to ask me, I said I would put that in the trash. In fact, I'll wait for him to come so he can see me put it in the toilet. I want him to watch me flush it down the toilet. You never feel that comfortable. But you know what? She has that attitude of like, well, everybody smokes weed. That's her attitude. So I'm completely against marijuana, the drinking in excess to where you're intoxicated. I am completely and totally against that. I think those are all dangerous behaviors, and it's very indicative of you not caring about your health. And I think that those are the steps to suicide, if you ask me.
Well, let me put some respect on your name for sharing your story and sharing your
Mhm.
experiences. I don't think anybody's going to call you a prude because that's your story. That's your story and that's your truth. And we can only respect that. I respect it. I know everybody on this panel respects it. So,
Absolutely.
yeah. And I really, really, really appreciate you sharing that because you never know who you might have saved tonight
Hopefully.
with your story. So, anybody else? Has anybody else felt like deleting themselves?
Well,
No.
not.
Oh,
Then you can go ahead.
okay. No, I've never felt that way. Um, like I said, I am from the hood, like an area just like what Roxy described.
Mm.
However, I didn't I didn't like going outside. Maybe it was because it looked like that. I preferred to read my books, not even necessarily watch TV, because the stuff that was on TV, the black shows, I didn't really like they laughter.
Mhm.
So I prefer to read a book and imagine what it would look like. My mother always worked in the suburbs, so I went to work with her often. So we got to ride through all these beautiful neighborhoods. So luckily I got to see that this is not the only way to live. My mother was always very positive and growth mindset and always instilled that in me, that I could be whatever I wanted, and that I'm very smart, that I can accomplish anything. So she never allowed me to feel hopeless.
Mhm.
That was not ever something that ever crossed my mind, because I mean, from the time I can remember, she talked to me about what you want to be. Oh, you can do anything. I remember I mean, I was in like the second grade talking about my husband. I'm like, well, I want my husband to make more money than me. She's like, oh, well, he gonna have to do something real major to make more money than you, because whatever she saw in me, she knew that I would be successful.
Mhm.
So the way she believed in me and spoke to me never allowed me to feel like I wouldn't amount to whatever it is I want it to be.
Mhm.
Mm.
Um, so I
Shout
was
out to your
very
mom.
grateful for that. Yes, I
Mhm.
mean, I all the time when stuff happened, I'll be calling her. I'm so grateful that I can even still call her. I
Amen.
call her, Mom, thank you so much for being my mom. I see other people's parents and the way that they speak to them, or the way that they raise them, or the way that they have
Mhm.
them thinking. And I'm just so grateful that you were my mom. Like, it's
Mhm.
hard to be a mom. Like, you was a single
Yes.
mom.
Mhm.
Like you are the bomb.com. You
Mhm.
never looked sad doing it. Like, I don't know how you did it, because I couldn't. And so
Mm.
I'm like I said, I'm grateful for her, and I'm grateful that every time I get another thing that I see, I get to call her and tell her that.
Mm. Shout out to Danny D's mom. Shout out to her. King Gene. What do you
Absolutely. Shout out to Danny D's mother.
mm. Yeah, that
And
she's a good one. Thorough one. Go ahead.
Man.
I have to say that my experience with my mother was similar to Danny's experience, but what I have never come to the point of thinking about deleting myself. I'll be honest about that. But what I will say though is I reached a point of hopelessness, and it I remember it fondly because uh, my grandmother, my mom's mother passed away, and then my father's mother passed away, then my great uncle passed away. Now, if anybody have seen any of my shows, my great uncle was the greatest impact on my life.
Mhm.
He when I met him, he was 65 and he was a refined gentleman.
Mhm.
He was the kind of gentleman who had the suit, and the suit matched the shoes, and the hat
A
matched the shoes.
coordinate.
Right. So he was, and my auntie would make sure that he had everything that he need, and he, to the point where he taught me how to tie a tie. He taught me how to shine shoes. This was who he was, and his thing was manhood. That's why you hear me talk about it so much. And so when those pillars in my life started to topple, I'm like, what I'm gonna do now? It's and I can remember sitting at home after my grandmother passed away on my mother's side. I can remember sitting at home, and I was so angry that I couldn't even cry. I was so
Mm.
angry. I don't know why, but I was sitting there and I was so filled up with emotions that I couldn't cry. And later on, I'm thinking about the situation, and uh, I was just at that point very very hopeless, man. I didn't know what was gonna be the next step. But I'm thankful that I had a mother like Daniel mentioned. Okay, we're gonna take this minute, then we're gonna rally ourselves and we're gonna get back to what we know we should. Because he had left the legacy. He had sons. My uncle, because his name was Vanderbilt Griffin. That let you know what era he come from, right? Because
Vanderbilt.
who is named Vanderbilt now?
Right. Not nobody.
We call him
Never.
Uncle Van, right?
Mhm.
And so he had sons that uh, carried on his legacy, but I especially do. I got to because the man that I am now and the way I look at responsibilities is because of him. But when he passed away, man, it left a hole in me. I just be honest, it really did.
Go ahead. Was you done? I didn't know if he was finished or not.
Yeah,
But,
that was it, CJ.
yeah, Vanderbilt, man, he sounded like he used to ride around with a shotgun. Wasn't ready for wasn't playing with no nonsense. They'd be like, there go Vanderbilt right there. So yeah, shout out to Vanderbilt, man. But not me. No, I've never felt that way. I've never felt to the point to where I needed to delete myself. And I'm gonna be honest, man. Like, I think my parents did a really good job of not making me feel like I was in the hood. When I was younger, I didn't realize that we were in the hood until I was grown, or until like I was like, until we wasn't in the hood. Because I grew up on a pretty good street, and my childhood was good. So I didn't realize that we were in the hood. But even when I was young, my mom used to be like, you are a Black American prince. She would stand me up in the mirror like, you are a Black American prince. You can do whatever you want to do in life. Um, as long as you could put God first and get your education, the skies is unlimited. And Danny, my mom actually used to work in the suburbs too, and she would drive us out, and we would see those big old houses out in like Troy and everything like that. She said, if you work hard, you can live in these areas, and I live in these areas now. And and then my dad was just like, we don't take no for an answer. Like we no limit soldiers. We don't have a limit. So it's just like I was taught and I'm very fortunate, and I greatly understand that that's not a lot of people's situation. So I understand that. But my pops was just like, you know, we we don't take no for answer, son. We is no limit soldiers. We doing what we gonna do. You dig what I'm saying? Shout out to Miss Candy Ann in the chat. If you want to pull up Miss Candy Ann, I will email you the link right now. But yeah. So Pops was like, I don't know. I mean, of course, I've been sad. Everybody has bad days.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I've been hurt and everything like that. But I've never got to the point to where I said, I don't want to wake up tomorrow. And I think for a person to be in a place like that, they have to be traumatized so bad. You know what I'm saying? A level, like you said, Nurse Roxy, what does it take to actually get to that level? What are the steps to get to that level where you feel like, I really want to do this and I'm not just crying for attention? Because people who really want to delete themselves, they delete themselves.
And they don't talk about it.
They don't talk about it. They don't keep making posts on Facebook every week saying, this is it, y'all. Tonight is the night. I'm finna do it. You know what I'm saying? They really talk about it. Now, we shouldn't make light when people say things like that, because they really could be serious and could be contemplating it. But again, I just, I'm thankful for the positive reinforcement that I had growing up. I'm thankful for the just, for the people that I had in my life, and just because I knew that I could be something. You know what I'm saying? And then I like nice things. I like a lot of nice things too much to be in that state, man. Like I said, but I do things to keep my mental health in check. Working out has been like my saving grace, and I think a lot of people really, really underestimate how good working out is for you. Shout out to King Gene. King Gene been getting it in. Yeah, shout out to Chicago Rilla in the chat, man. I sent you the link to Chicago. He said, I left the hood, came right back. We're gonna be talking about that a little bit later. So if you want to pull up for that part of the discussion, then yeah, you more than welcome. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know. I'm not a depressed person. I make sure to take care of my mental health. and you have to make yourself a priority in your life.
Yes.
You have to make yourself number one, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of y'all live your life for other people.
Yeah.
And I'm speaking as a man with no children, so I don't know what it's like to live your life as a man that has a child and living for somebody else. But with that being said, you have to put yourself first,
Absolutely.
because you can't even be a good parent. I would assume if you don't put yourself first.
Yeah.
No, pull up. Bloom and Ebony. No, we got a nice little show. We got a nice little run. Y'all can pull up. I sent y'all the link, but yeah. So like, I don't know. Anybody else want to add any final thoughts before we move on to
I did.
a lighter subject?
I did. I also want to comment how Roxy was saying that trash being in your neighborhood can affect you and how you see things.
Mm-hmm.
My grandmother was the neighborhood babysitter and the block club president and the parent teacher association or whatever president. So she made it her business to be an advocate in that neighborhood and for that neighborhood. And I think another thing that helped me not ever reach a bottom like that is because she made sure that we gave back to our community. So I always could see that there were people doing worse than me. And so to be grateful for where we're at, we used to have to give out the lunches at the park. She knew people who didn't have food. So she would, you're not supposed to give away that food at the end. You're supposed to send them lunches back. So what she would do is leave like a layer of lunches at the bottom and put trash on the top. And then women who needed food, she would give them the box like, hey, can you go throw this box of trash away for me to give them some food? When our neighborhood got littered, she was waking me and my brother and my cousins up because we all lived on the same street, woke us up and gave us a trash bag and some gloves. We about to go around the neighborhood sweeping these curves and cleaning it up. Like she didn't allow our neighborhood to look like trash. We had a park at the end of the block. So shout out to my grandmother also, because she made sure our environment stayed looking intact. She made sure that we knew it was important to give back. She made sure that we didn't have a choice but to appreciate what we had, because seeing that other people had it worse, it was like, yo, I know my situation is my situation, but yo, it's not that situation. You know? So it was good to have that awareness and to have the compassion to give back. And I think that is part of how come I live how I live. I love giving back. I love sharing information. I can't be negative. Even when I'm angry with my husband, I can't walk around mad at him. That takes too much energy from me. I'm going to say what I need to say. And I'm going to be like, okay, so what you want to eat? Like, what we about to do now? So.
It do. And for the final topic, I really want you to expound on that more, because that's going to play in perfectly to the discussion we're going to have about that. But if nobody has any last words, we can move into our next segment, ladies and gentlemen, that I am very excited about. This segment is called Simp Moment of the Week. Ladies and gentlemen, Simp Moment of the Week. This is going to be a fun one for me, and I'm happy that you all are here to see it. Now, as we introduce Befuddled, we want to look up the definition of the word simp. Now, there are a few definitions. Now, Google's definition is a silly or foolish person. Okay. Wikipedia's definition is it's a simp is an internet slang term describing someone who shows excessive sympathy and attention towards another person. Typically, someone who does not reciprocate the same feelings in order to win their affection. This is usually done in pursuit of a sexual relationship. And the Urban Dictionary, the most thorough resource that you can go to, right? The most thorough resource that you can go to of simp definitions. The Urban Dictionary definition is someone who does way too much for the person that they like. And their sentence is Brian the simp. Wait, hold on. It says I bought her a car and a whole ass house, and he wasn't even dating her. You ain't nothing but a simp. So that was simp used in a sentence. But before we get into that, Tariq Nasheed did not create the word simp. That word has been around for decades.
I thought he was saying that he created the Urban Dictionary. I'm like, did he?
No, he did not create the word simp. Well, he was the first person I've heard say the word simp. Chicago Rilla says, go to the pimp dictionary to define simp accurately, CJ. Let me see if it is a pimp dictionary. But while I'm looking that up, what's going on, Blue Benambity?
Hi everyone. How's
What's
everyone
going
doing?
on?
Hey, Chris.
Nothing. Just another Sunday.
I hear you. I'm glad that you had the opportunity to pull on up.
Yeah, I wasn't going to at first. I thought you said last question, and I was like, oh, I missed my chance.
For that particular topic, because
Oh.
I have it in segments now. It makes my life a little bit easier when it comes to organization. So, is there anything you want to jump in at? Because I don't know how long you've been listening, but is there any place you want to jump in? We've talked about a lot of stuff so far.
No, I'll just pick up from here.
All right. Well, now you're in for a good moment. We're doing simp moment of the week, and you just heard my definitions of the simp moment. But ladies and gentlemen, I do have a video for you all. You know, I couldn't leave you without a video. And I want to get the panel's comments on the simp moment of the week because we just got finished talking about some depressing stuff. So I figure I lighten the mood up just a little bit. Lighten this mood up. And this is going to be a running weekly thing, ladies and gentlemen. So if y'all want to send me some simp moments that y'all want the panel to talk about, if y'all want to see some utterly confusing moments or send us some utterly confusing moments that you want the panel to talk about, please feel free. Please feel free. My DM is at the CJ Kyles. And
I am looking for
my DM is at the CJ Kyles, and my email is cjkyles90@gmail.com. So please feel free to send me all your simp material and all your befuddle material. Please do. I know a lot of y'all are simps out there. So feel free to call in. Even if you're a simp and you're a proud simp, go ahead and call in. Chicago Rilla's right. He said Tariq Nasheed definitely did not create the word simp. Pimp's been laying out what the word simp is. Yep. Yeah, pimp. That simp has been around for a very long time. But let me see. Let me get this video together. And this is fair use, TLC. So don't be tripping on me. Let me see. This is fair use. So let me go ahead and get this cracking. All right. I don't even know if I should set up the scenario. I think I'm just gonna let y'all watch and comment in between time. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is from a show called 90 Day Fiance. A lot of simps are on here. This is like Simp Central. So it's pretty ridiculous. And sometimes I even think the show is fake, but I don't think it is. So without further ado, let me go ahead and stop the music, and I'm gonna pause in between clips, in between moments on the show, and get the panel's commentary. So let's
motorhome. Okay.
This goes deeper than funny now. This man is mentally disconnected from the Wi-Fi of Jesus. There is no way possible that this man is really believing this. And this woman in the Ukraine is telling him, you're being scammed. I don't think so. And then he went into it so easily.
Wendy, how you doing?
He said, I don't think so, even though she did it to me 3 times already. Yeah, he's slow. There's something wrong.
Yeah,
I agree.
Because not, and then how can you be talking about marriage at this point? You have never met this woman face to face, and you're talking about making this kind of commitment to her. Yeah, he is disconnected from reality, just like Black Man said. It's something going on upstairs with him that won't allow him to see that this is not a good look for him. But he just keeps on going forward with it.
Well, that's been a cool segment. So what happened, I thought was going to happen. So YouTube, I guess because it was the TLC copyright hold on it, they stopped the stream. So I'm about to reboot it and make one more. If y'all wouldn't mind coming back for the last topic, I'll shoot all of y'all the links real quick. Y'all
all right, well, I'm gonna head out, brother, because I gotta get back.
Okay, cool. Go ahead, do your thing.
Hey, man, I had to come in, man, and listen. When you go live again, I'm gonna come give you 5 hours if you're on for 5.
Gotcha.
You know. But I got to finish this honeydew list because no
problem, bro.
I mean,
I
appreciate it. Is this considered simping?
No,
No,
brother.
that's your woman.
That's your woman,
Oh,
man.
okay,
And
I'm just
that's
making
so
sure.
good.
If y'all would have said, yeah, I would have went in and say, listen, I ain't doing shit tonight. But no,
look,
I'm
Right.
just
I'm gonna tell you
just
something.
playing.
Look,
I'm just playing.
we got
I'm just kidding.
you
I'm
better
just
finish that list, man. Cause
Yeah.
look, we got love for you, but you can't stay with us. You better
I
go
know
ahead
that.
and do
No,
what you got
I'm
to do,
talking
brother.
But when you, so with TJ, when do you go live again, bro? Because I really want to be a part. Make sure you had the same panel because I'm loving
we go-
Roxy up there about to die. You know, King. I'm gonna get along with him. Blooming, look, the Blooming Ebony. She just sits back so eloquent in her head. She thinking everything in her mind. And my sister's keeper got them chips in her hand, a cracker, whatever she eating. She over there dugging it out.
Okay.
Look,
Oh, we
Blooming
back. I
Ebony,
guess we back
she just
now.
sits back so eloquent in her head. She
Yeah,
think
they brought us back.
Oh, they brought you back.
They brought it
Okay.
back. Okay.
Whatever
Yeah.
she eating, she over there dugging it out.
Well,
Okay.
Black man, you know you always welcome to come back. So I'm gonna have to come up with a slick way.
Oh, they brought you back.
They brought
I'm
it
gonna have
back.
to.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to come up with a slick way to do the simp moments without YouTube tripping. I'll figure it out by next Sunday. But this is going. I like this slot 8:30. To give us a cool little time.
Okay,
So you
I'll
can
be
come
here.
back anytime, man. You can come
Yeah, I'll
back
be here.
anytime.
All right, man. Nice meeting everybody. Y'all have a good night.
Take
All right,
care.
peace.
Be
All right,
safe,
brother. You too
brother.
now.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye bye.
All right, so Travell, if you want to come up, I put my email in the chat. Shoot me an email and I'll send you the link. I'm not putting the link publicly on YouTube because there's too many trolls on here, and YouTube probably already tired of me using that TLC content. So I put my email in the chat, cjkyles90@gmail.com. Send me an email and I'll shoot you the link. You can come on up, but you got to be cammed up. I got to be able to see you. So, but yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I've enjoyed that. I enjoyed that segment. That was a cool little segment.
Yes.
And like I said, Nurse Roxy, any of y'all, if y'all have any simp stories, please feel free to share them on the simp moment of the week. But that's the time that we dedicate to the simps, for the simps. And yeah.
Well, can I say something real quick, CJ, about that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Be prepared that I probably will be sending you some things from both some ordinary, like everyday folk, and also some of these celebrities, because
For
some
sure.
of these guys who are like getting these, especially ball players, who are getting hooked up with these women, and I'm like, so we're just going to have this person just wipe you out completely with all this child support and all this kind of stuff just because she cute. These women, and I'm like, yeah. And another thing too, I've noticed too, is some of these like rappers, for example, where they play this little game where they're like buying these women these Bugattis and Bentleys. I'm like, cause she got a booty.
Right.
So yeah, you're gonna get some stuff from me, but like expect that it's not going to just be some ordinary folks. Probably gonna be some of these celebrities, because I don't get the.
Oh yeah, you got a lot of simp
That's all the
celebrities
time.
out here too. You got a
Oh
lot of simp
yeah,
celebrities out here too.
a whole lot of them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, to our final topic, the main event for the evening. What happens when Black folks become successful and they leave the hood? That is the main topic of conversation, because we have talked about this in detail in the past, but never really dedicated a whole segment to it. I'm with 4 other successful people on this chat, 4 hardworking people on this chat, whom happen to be Black. They work hard to acquire all the resources that they have attained over the years. And I would just want to have that conversation, because people have said numerous times that, well, the problem is when Black people become successful, they're quick to leave the hood. They're quick to leave the hood. They quick to leave the hood. So let me get y'all first thoughts. Nurse Roxy, I know that's something you're passionate about, so I'll start with you. What do you feel about people that say that, well, you're a sellout when you leave the hood?
So I think I understand some of the philosophy behind it, as far as like this theory more so, where if you're leaving, then you're not really giving back, right? Because now your resources, your whatever you could contribute to a community is going to be, you're going to contribute to a community that some may look and say, do they even need that? You're contributing to people who already have, so you could have more of an impact, right, if you were in the hood. So that's that piece. I do think that something is to be said about people who move out the hood, so to speak, or they live in certain neighborhoods where they think because they live there, they now have to pick up the values of people who, let's just say, they're not really indigenous to that person's culture, right, or their upbringing, but they feel like they have to adapt because if everybody in your neighborhood has this type of car, or they shop at this type of store, or they have this thing on their lawn, or whatever the case is, you feel like for your children to fit into that, you want to like kind of bring them into those values. So I think that there's something to be said about that as well. But you already know my personal theory about this. I grew up under circumstances and situations that I would not want anyone to. I'm very proud of my parents. They're immigrants. They came to this country. They worked very hard. But at the same time, they came here to this country in suitcases, right? So they made life for themselves for what they could afford, what they could manage. I'm very proud of them. However, the truth is that I could not imagine my child being raised in that type of environment. And no one's going to make me feel bad about that. No one's going to make me feel bad about that. I can't be in a neighborhood where there's trash. I can't be in a neighborhood where there's loud music outside. I can't deal with the inconsistency of like what activities are going on outside. I can't deal with the corner store with the hanging out on the corner and just like the randomness that happens.
Right.
I can't deal with that. And I like order. I don't like the idea of people are just kind of like randomly having like events that spill over out of their house onto their out of their stair steps and out of their front lawn and just kind of interrupting everything. I don't think that. I think that's very inconsiderate. And so
Right.
those are the things that are common in a lot of these neighborhoods that we consider you know black neighborhoods or inner city neighborhoods. And I'm not just want to be careful because there are also black suburbs. And
Yeah,
so
they
you
are.
want to keep that, together, and of course there's white, which is say ghettos, right? So I think that when we make that equation that just because it's the ghetto, that it means black, I think that's also the dangerous, you know, combination there, or that assumption. And it's just as dangerous as thinking just because you're in the suburbs that it's all white too, because that is not the case for me either. I have
Right.
a lot of white neighbors, but I also have black neighbors as well.
Right.
Right. Okay. Danielle, what are your thoughts about people when they say black folks are sellouts that leave the hood when they become successful?
I would say I bought out. I didn't sell out.
Mm,
Mm,
good one. That's a bar right there. Say that one more time for me, please.
I like that.
I brought out. I didn't sell out.
Mm.
I
Oh,
worked my way up. And I mean, I'm always giving back because the people who I work with don't always live where I live. And if I can't physically go to that community to give back, when I'm working with people, whatever I hear somebody talking about, I literally feel like I have a resource for almost anything that you could talk about. And so when I hear somebody talking about something, oh, you want to go back to school? Here, I could tell you how to go to school for free. Oh, you want to get a house? Here, I could tell you about a program that'll do this. Oh, you want to do, I could tell you about how to do this. You want to start a business? I got a vendor list I could give you. I give away vendor lists every day. So,
mm.
I mean, I help those who want help when I'm around them until I can get my business going where I can actually go to them personally and help with boots on the ground.
Bet. Bet. Chris, what do you think? Black people that live the hood, are they sellouts once they become successful?
No. Excuse me. I don't understand this. My mom really struggled with this. Even though she wasn't necessarily successful, she was a single mother of 4 kids, and just an average earner, but she refused to raise her children in South Central. It's in Southern California. And so she left to raise her kids in the suburbs where it would be safer. And my family didn't like, or not her mother didn't really like that very much. They thought that she was being like sedity, that she was being disconnected and all of that. It doesn't make any sense to me. Personally, I think a lot of it is jealousy, and it's like a fear of being unworthy of that type of lifestyle. Because you feel like you can't, you're projecting that onto me. I don't understand this from like a personal level because my mom never raised any of us in the hood. She refused. So I've never had that experience, but that's how I see it when I hear stuff like this. It's, how about you ask me how you can also? Don't ask me why I can't. You're on mute.
Travell, you can definitely cam up. I just send me the email. If you send me the email, I can send you the link so you can
At
come
this
on
point, I think that Travell is the young lady that man was texting.
up. You could definitely cam up, sir. Just send me the email because I'm not just putting it in the chat. So I'm not just putting the link in the chat. But thank you for watching. Clever said that can't be a sellout if your principles didn't match the hood to begin with. That's a good point. King Gene, sellout. What do you think?
You know how I feel about that also, brother. I do not agree. I do not agree because here's the basic principle behind why I don't agree with that. After you worked hard to acquire the resources that you have, I have no business telling you how to use those resources. I wasn't there an hour of work with you. I wasn't there while you were saving and budgeting and making sure that money was going in the proper. I didn't have anything to do with that. So why do I have the power to exert influence on how you use your resources? And then the sisters who we have on the panel today. Look at the sisters. They're accomplished, well-spoken, they're educated, and they are that way because someone said, I do not want to raise my child in a circumstance where they don't have the best opportunities. So now if you're talking about selling out, if that's what selling out is, hey, I did it a long time ago because I don't believe in staying in a situation that's counterproductive if I have the means to get out of it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So if the house is on, look, I'm gonna use one of Malcolm X's famous, speeches, one of his illustrations. If the house is on fire, why are you standing inside of the house and the door is open? Go out, or you're gonna burn down with the house. Which one you want to do? So, like I said, that makes absolutely no sense to me. We talked about this last week, and I think that one of the things that Nurse Roxy said really resonated with me, and it still has. Living below your means. That's the reason why you do that. You live below your means so that if children come along, then we can elevate. We can move up because I don't want y'all to see the things that I had to see. Because looking back at my life, I had a brother that was a drug dealer. Sold it right out of my grandmama's house. You want it, he got it. Okay. Then you got winos on the street, prostitutes in the area, right? Because now let me remind you, just in case I'm new to some people, I grew up 15 miles from the poorest city in Mississippi, which is the poorest state in the United States. So everything that you can think of was happening right there in that city, and it was easily visible. And so what I'm saying is, if I'm seeing these things happen, and there are things that could possibly traumatize me, why would I raise my kids in that? Just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I just did I get to everybody on that part, on that question? Did somebody not go? Okay. Yeah, I just feel like just because I don't think that's selling out. I've never listen, with success, you have to move different.
You do.
And that's in any community, not just black, because you have white hoods, you have all kind of hoods all over the country. If you go to these trailer parks where you see some of these broke white people, listen, you pull up in a trailer park, you're a white person, where some of these hungry, broke white folks are in a brand new car trying to stunt if you want to, right? You may have a problem on your hands. And that's what I learned is that when you have any community that is economically impoverished, you have a higher chance of crime. Poverty creates crime. And that's why I low-key try to get away from the stigma. Like, I hate I hate the, and y'all know this, I hate the term black on black crime. I really hate it because to me it's just crime. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like some people just use that to try to prove a point and try to create a false narrative. But when you have a people in the state of poverty, when you have a people in a state of poverty, that's going to create crime regardless. People was hungry. Like that man who got robbed, who won the lottery and bought a $10,000 chain and wore it right in the middle of the place where people are hungry at, starving, looking to catch a lick. Then you want to blame it. Well, this just no, that was foolish. That you don't go to a lion and tease it with a steak and not expect for that lion to react. You dig what I'm saying? Like I don't understand. Like I've never understood that. But again, I don't think you are a sellout for trying to put yourself in a better situation. But I do want to ask you all because I want to try to keep it fair. Some people say that, well, just because a black person may move out to the suburbs where more people that are not black are, that doesn't necessarily mean you safe as well. Ahmaud Arbery lived in the suburbs and he was jogging and was shot down. What are your responses to that? I'll start with Chris. What do you think?
I think you always have to be cautious, no matter where you are. But I can honestly tell you, so I never lived in the hood, but I have lived in a college town in Oregon. And if you guys don't know anything about Oregon, there's a lot of homeless people here, like more than you would imagine. And I lived in Eugene, where the homeless population increases dramatically when it's warm. Like literally, people are told to go to Eugene during the warmer months because it's like the best place to be homeless. Okay. I can tell you in Eugene, I made sure my door was locked. I didn't check my mail after it was dark. I didn't go outside. I didn't really like to walk home from school after a certain time. I lived I think I lived like exactly 8 minutes from school walking, and I didn't walk home because there's too many homeless people. I didn't know, I didn't trust it, right? I didn't feel safe in that environment. Now I live in the suburbs and I live in a fairly nice area. There was one night where I was so tired. I came home. I think I drove from somewhere really far away, and I left my keys in the door all night and didn't realize it. Woke up the next day, my keys were in the door. I would have never done that in Eugene. I was checking that my door was locked every single night. Every single night. Double checking, making sure my windows were closed. And it wasn't that unsafe of an area. Eugene is a fairly safe place. It was just the environment was different. So yes, I think you have to be cautious everywhere. I would never leave my keys in the door again. Didn't do that voluntarily, but it's different. Despite what you want to believe, it's different. But it does mean that I do carry myself a certain way, so people do think that I belong here. Because that's how society works. If you're going to be in a certain social circle, in a certain environment or a certain atmosphere, there's a certain image that you have to have. So it's a little bit of give and take.
I see what you're saying. And I do agree with you when you said you have to be aware and you have to watch your circle, watch yourself, no matter where you're in. But you did say something interesting because I don't want to misquote you. Did you say you have to present yourself in a certain way, like you belong there? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
What was that one man? Remember Amber Geiger? The cop that killed that brother who was in a suit. To me, he looked like he fit the part. He was at least dressed like it.
Gene Botham.
Yeah.
Or is it Botham Gene?
Botham Gene, right. And that brother was in a suit. Now, I'm not trying to combat your point to combat it, but I'm just trying to give people different scenarios and different ways to look at it. That brother had on a suit. And that just goes back to your point, Chris. You have to be aware. But that brother had on a suit and was still shot. And I think in his own apartment, if I'm not mistaken, right? in his own place. So, you know, it's not the fact that I think you will sell out when you leave, or I'm not even going with that point. But my thing is, are you really safe anywhere you go as a black person? That's my next question. Are you really safe anywhere you go? Um, if anybody want to respond to that,
I don't think so. I don't think so.
break it down, King J.
Uh, because now if you look at the incidents that have happened as of late, the majority of the things that have involved individuals losing their lives in our community, especially young guys, what were they doing? Somebody had a bag of Skittles. Somebody was standing on the sidewalk with cigarettes. They were selling cigarettes, evidently. Now, what were these guys doing? Jogging. These are ordinary activities, right? They weren't doing anything out of the ordinary. They weren't breaking in anyone's homes. They weren't busting glass out of people's cars in order to steal. They weren't doing any of that. So it just pushes the point, I think, that in regular activities, we have to be aware of our surroundings. We have to look around and make sure that we're putting our safety first. And I think that's especially the case for our sisters. Because we had this discussion a little while ago about, about how it is that men, we ordinarily we acknowledge that there's danger that can occur. That's the reason why we're protectors. That's bred into us genetically, because we acknowledge that it's some danger in any situation that you can go into, and we acknowledge that danger. And so I think for the sisters, it's necessary to when you're about to make a decision, acknowledge the dangers that's there. But as a community, no, I don't think that you're safe anywhere. Not in this world.
That's real talk, especially speaking to the protector part, man. Like, get your ladies, if you can, get you a good man. Get you invest in that time, invest in yourself enough to get you a good protector and a good provider. I'm very protective of mine. Even like if we driving and a car jerk, I'll instinctively put my hand over her. That's just what I do as a man. You know what I'm saying? She got the seatbelt on, all that other stuff, but just boom. That's just what's in me. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not doing that for somebody I don't care about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not doing that for somebody who ain't worth it. But I don't want to digress too far off. Danny D, what do you think? Are we safe anyway?
So, like I was saying in the chat of the other live that we were in, since I was little, my mother has always gotten on me because I would put on my headphones and be oblivious to my surroundings. Even as an adult, I've had male friends tell me like they be angry because it's like, girl, you just out here like ain't nothing gonna happen to you. So I haven't had anything happen to me. The most traumatic things that happened to me from the hands of my family. Not strangers, not friends. So I don't know. Maybe it's strange that I had things happen to me with my own family, like in our family home, but on the street I feel free. I feel carefree. I feel okay. I don't know. I feel safe where I am. I fear for my children more so than myself. I always just feel that whatever is supposed to happen is going to happen, whether I'm ready or not. Not to say that I should be the way I am, just so oblivious and naive. But for whatever reason, I've just not been able to trigger that off to feel so on guard when I'm out, unless I have my kids.
Do you feel like that maybe because you're bigger than the average woman? Not like fat, but like
No, I know what you mean. I know what you
your
mean.
height, like you are. Do you feel like that's the reason why? Do you feel like that may be a factor?
I don't know. I be like, I'm not doing nothing out here for nobody to bother me. I was even talking to my husband about this. And he like, I was like, and I do understand that you don't have to be doing anything for somebody to rob you, for somebody to take you, for somebody. I don't know. I just feel like God protects me. Like, and I know a lot of people don't be wanting to hear about religion or to put something on God, but literally, I just feel like, God be having me,
Right. Well,
Okay.
Shout out
That's
to God.
understandable.
God put us in a position to have that thing on us too, just in case we ever needed that pistol.
You know what? I never felt like I wanted a gun until I moved out here to the neighborhood I'm in. When I was in the city, I didn't want no gun. But living out here around these white people, I was like, I might want one.
Yeah. And that's crazy because I felt the exact same way. When I was in the hood, I never thought about getting a gun because maybe I was oblivious to the quote unquote dangers that I was in, because I never felt like I was in any real danger. Like I got robbed once when I was a kid, but I didn't think much of it. You know what I'm saying? It was just niggas bullying, but
it was just what it was. It was like whatever.
Right, I didn't think much of it, but and that's so crazy you said that, because I never thought about getting a gun until I went to the suburbs. That's wild though. It's like I'm speaking about me. It's like, yeah, you happy to be where you at, but now you a little bit more cautious, especially with the things that's going on today in the world. It's like you might want to protect yourself. But that's so ironic that you felt that way too, because I never thought about getting a gun in the hood. I was in the hood. I don't know if I can chop that up to being young and just not being aware.
And everybody else around me had guns and I knew them. So if something was happening, I could yell loud enough that somebody was going to hear me.
Right.
Like, hey.
Right. What do you think, King
James?
Oh, no, let me get to Roxy. I'm sorry. I didn't get to Roxy. Go ahead, Roxy. Sorry.
Now, the question you had was about feeling safe.
Right. Are we really safe anywhere that we go? As an example, Botham Jean got killed in his apartment. He was in a suit.
I recall a story of a child who lived in Rochester Hills, and he was on his way to school. He was lost. I think his father was in the service, and his father was away serving the country. And his mother, I think at the time she must have like punished him or something like that, taking away his cell phone. So he was trying to get to school. I think he missed his bus trying to get to school. And on his way to school, he had went to someone's home, knocked on the door and said, "Hey, I'm lost. Can you help me?" And supposedly, I think the wife, if I'm not telling the story incorrectly, I think the wife said that she thought he was trying to rob them, although she was talking to him at the door with no confrontation. The husband hears this from her, from what she alerted him. He comes out with his shotgun, shoots the kid. The kid, of course, is running off. And then, of course, they seen the video footage, and they seen that the story that he was telling was incorrect. And I think he, if I'm not mistaken, I think he actually had to serve some time, if I'm not mistaken. But again, that's just to illustrate, just with that story, feeling safe. I'm not that type of person that ever thinks that if I hear a story that happens, I don't care how unfortunate or how surprising or how much of a plot twist or whatever it sounds, I never look at anything as I'm above it happening to me. So to me, when I hear that kind of story, I think your father's serving the country, you're headed to school. I'm sure you were well-spoken and you came. This wasn't the Tamir Rice story. You in the playground. They can't confuse you with no man. You came knocking on the door. You seen this woman. Hey, listen, I'm a little lost. Can you help me? Clearly, school age. You said that's exactly where you wanted help to go to school. She alerts her husband for the result of it. So feeling safe. That's just not the way I process information. I always try to apply it to my real life and the possibilities. So for me, I've always wanted to have a firearm. My husband does not really think that is necessary. But again, that's my thought process. I'm always thinking to myself, I'd rather want to shoot someone than for them to shoot me. But to be completely, if I use my intelligence I have never been to a place to practice properly using a firearm. So until I get that kind of training, I probably would not purchase a firearm. And I definitely would not do it without my husband, his approval. So then I probably wouldn't get one because I don't think he's interested in it. But his
Probably
mindset
scared you
is
might
that
shoot him.
maybe, but he has a I don't know if you guys have you guys ever heard of a rattan stick?
Yeah. Yeah.
I said that's new to me. I never heard of that before. So yeah, that's his weapon of choice.
I like action movies.
So he your firearm, basically.
He'll take that stick and be like, pow, with that gun and move that gun right out their hand real quick.
Is that old school?
I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
it
old
is.
school. I don't
I
know.
never knew what it was until we have it. It's by our front door.
That's what's up. All right. Well, I got another question. I got another question for y'all. Do y'all feel that when it comes to becoming successful and leaving, do you feel like, because Christina made a good point, and I meant to highlight her comment, but I missed it. Shoot. She was saying pretty much, oh, here it is. She said that if Nipsey would have left the hood, maybe he'd still be alive. Work hard to get out, even though he was blessed and gave back. And so I wanted to ask you about becoming successful and people knowing that you are successful and still trying to go back to those areas to show that you still down and you feel apart. If I don't know, if this podcast blew up and it got 1 million subscribers, the more public you start to become, the more people know you, the more successful you become, the more money you start to make. It seems as if you cannot move the same way that you used to. I can't, the more public of a figure you become, I can't just walk the same way. I can't just go back to my old hoods trying to just show that I'm down, because you've initially made yourself a target, whether you know it or not. Because the hungry ones, either they hating or they just trying to get a lick. So what do you think about that? Should that still stop you? Are you gonna let that stop you from going back, or are you gonna say just F it? I'm not going back if I don't have to go back. What do y'all think about that? I'll start with, let me see, Danny D. Let me start with Danny because I just want to get your thoughts.
No, I wouldn't let that stop me. My plans are absolutely to go back to my neighborhood, and start my business and to help the people in that community. That's where my grandmother helped. That's where my mother still lives and helps. My family is well respected over there. I can go over there flossing all I want, and nobody will bother me.
You don't think nobody would try you if you come?
Nobody
pull up
tries me. My mother lives over there now.
Oh, okay.
She still lives there. When I go down the street, if you somebody that been from that neighborhood, like I've been from that neighborhood, you still know me. You still know where my mother lives. I'm the only female. I have all boy cousins and a brother. So, boys run the streets. That's just what they do. So even though they didn't know me because I wasn't in the street, they know me because they know my brothers and my cousins. Their parents know my mom because I had a whole bunch of aunts. Their parents know my grandmother because she babysat for all their kids. So we have generations in that neighborhood. So I never feel threatened when I go over there. I know what to expect. If I'm going over there and I got a new car, I do expect everybody to be looking in the car, because when a car come over there, they ain't never been over there. They looking to see who is that in that car. And once they see it's me, you get a wave. How you doing? How you doing? And I keep it moving.
So do you think you ever are a target though? Ever in a situation like in that situation? Do you think you could ever not be a target?
It's not that I don't think I could ever not be a target. It's just that I refuse to live in fear.
Okay.
And if God put it on my heart and give me the means to provide and to give back there, I'm gonna do exactly that. Okay. And if I die giving back, for me, that's the honorable way to die. I hope that I got all my stuff in order for my family. I wouldn't want my family to try to be seeking revenge on them. Whoever did it, hopefully they get caught. If they don't, that's just what it is. But I've done what was put on my heart to do.
Okay.
I can respect that. King
Because if
Gene.
it's your time to die, you're gonna die regardless. Even if I didn't die in that hood, if it's my time to die, you're gonna die.
Mm-hmm.
You can't stop that.
I can respect that. King Gene, what do you think about that? Do you think with success you have to move different, and the more successful you and of a public figure you become, are you going to let that stop you from going back to the hood and dabbling and mingling in the hood, or are you going to stay where you at?
Well, I think it's ways of helping your community that don't require you to go back into the hood. I could be wrong about that, but for me personally, as I mentioned, the area that I grew up in is stricken with poverty. I mean, it's very well. People living in dilapidated homes and all kinds of things. But now the way lately that I've been able to give back is that when we refurbish computers and we provide them for people with disabilities, I targeted because they wanted to know at the beginning of the contract where I was going to go with it. And so one of the first things I did was I targeted the school district where I grew up at. And so we are able to get computers for all of the families of the children with special needs in that district. And so, like I said, now it's come on now, we can help. I can help you without putting myself in the line of fire, because look, you work so hard to get to where you are for a reason, right? You put forth all that effort. Everybody that's on this panel is educated, went to college. You struggle through that. You struggle to get the degree that you have, and the all of the things that you have acquired because of your effort. I just can't see putting that in jeopardy. To go back to individuals who had the same opportunity that you had. They had the same opportunity. And if they didn't put forth the same effort that you put forth, then I don't think it requires that you put your life in danger. Now, I'm for helping. Like Daniel said, if somebody asks, they won't know, okay, well, what do I need to do to set this up? I'm all for that. I'm all for that, man. But I'm not coming back to what I fought so hard to get away from. I'm just not going to do it.
Nurse Roxy.
So I have a little different story because my family's not from this country, right?
Right.
So it's not going back to anything. I mean, there's no, and I think my personal theory is that this oftentimes is the reason why I think like first generation or immigrants who are self-identify as Black struggle sometimes with the Black struggle in this country when it's time to like unite and get focused. Like maybe like not supporting Mr. Lee down the street because he didn't strong arm one of our sisters in the store, or not going to the nail salon because we're gonna put in the Black pockets and stuff like that. A lot of those talking points and those positions are hard for them to relate to because it doesn't resonate with them, right? So like again, like it would be going back to go back to what? Like I have no connection to that neighborhood. We were an eyesore. When I say eyesore, we were oddballs. We were oddballs in the neighborhood. So we would just be somewhere else. So it wouldn't make a difference. There's no roots I have there.
Right. All right, Chris, what about you?
Yeah, I agree with the King Gene. I think there's a way to give back from a distance. I don't think that you actually have to go back and mingle with people that are living a life, especially if they're living a life that you don't really like. Like it's different if you go somewhere where it's impoverished, but the people are hardworking. But if you go back and it's a dangerous area where there's drug dealers and prostitutes, I don't think that's a good environment for you.
You do know hardworking people live in those environments, though, right?
Right. Yes, I do. But I'm saying if you feel unsafe, like you go somewhere and it's like you go down the street and you see a drug dealer in this corner, if it's open, like if it's out in the open like that. Yeah.
I grew up in a place like that. And it was still a lot of hardworking people. Those are just.
I'm not saying that they
it's not
can't
like
be
everyone
mixed.
is like that.
I'm saying if you're going to a neighborhood where it just happens to be impoverished, but you don't feel unsafe going through the neighborhood, versus if you do, like if you go down into a neighborhood where you can see it, right? You can see the crime. I'm not saying that they don't mix. I can understand if you're going somewhere, you're visiting your family, and you feel safe because you're not seeing a drug dealer on the corner. Like you feel comfortable taking your kid there because it's not in their face. Versus if you go somewhere where it is out in the open. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they don't mix.
Yeah, I'm saying it's still like that.
Yeah, I'm just giving an example. That's the only time I can see someone going back if they feel like they can keep their kids away from seeing the crime. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Danielle?
Yeah,
Okay.
It makes sense.
But yeah, I agree with the King Gene. I think that you give back from a distance. And I do think that I forgot my next point because of that. Sorry, my bad. But yeah, I agree with the King Gene. No worries.
CJ.
Oh, go ahead, King Gene. What you about to say?
If I can give an example, my brother, like I mentioned, we stayed in a very impoverished area, right? But now, in school, I ran into this guy, man, who later on became family. His father was an electrician, and whereas we stayed in the area called Beach Lane, which was okay, if you looking for it, it's there, right? And then he stayed across the tracks in a very nice neighborhood, right? Most of the teachers stayed in this neighborhood. Most of the you had a couple of accountants, maybe a lawyer that stayed in there. This was a black community, right? And so what he would do, especially as senior year came closer and closer, they would come to get me. They slide into the neighborhood. His dad would pick me up. They take me back over. And I guess what he was trying to do is he was trying to show me the other side of life. And I appreciate him to this day for it, because now what it does is it allows you to move between the two. You can move between the two. If I ever have to go back to the hood for any reason, I can move accordingly. But now, if you're asking me personally, which one would I rather deal with? I'd rather deal with the other.
Of course.
Because I think that as individuals and all the things that we've done on this panel, we deserve that because we worked for it. We deserve that. So I'm for helping and giving back, because that's what Mr. Williams did for me. He said, okay, I see that you're trying to accomplish something here, son. He said, because he had access to grace and things of that sort because he was a figure in town. He was a prominent figure. He would donate money to the school to help get books and computers and things of that sort. And so students that he saw come through, that he said, okay, they might have a future, he would latch on to them, especially the boys. He'd latch on to them. He'd say, son, this is the way you do this. You're going to go to college and get this, and this, and then you'll be ready. And so he did that. That was his thing. He would do that. And so if you're seeing individuals who look like they want to move forward and they want to come out, I'm with you, bro. I got you. But now if it's your desire to just stay here, you ain't hard working, you don't want to do nothing, you just want to be here, and you want to sell drugs, you want to be drunk on the weekend, you want to do things that's unproductive, I cannot be down with that. I just can't do it. Right. I can't. Them the people now, like you were saying, Danielle, the ones that's hard working and trying to have something, I'm with them. But the ones that's not trying to contribute anything, I gotta leave you where you at, brother.
Yeah.
Travell said, keep a foot in the hood just in case you need it. Here's my thoughts. I you know what? I think you have to humble yourself in certain situations. I don't think there's anything wrong with helping anybody, but you're not obligated to do anything.
No.
At the end of the day, you're not obligated to do anything. Should you go back to where you come from and help out? Well, honestly, that's up to you. Because here's the thing. People will say, well, you owe the neighborhood. You don't owe anybody, because the neighborhood wasn't in there with me when I took my NCLEX. I was in there with me when I took my NCLEX. And you was in there when you had to test for your accounting firm. account boards, Chris, and you, King Gene, you was in them books for engineering, not the neighborhood, respectfully. You dig what I'm saying? But if you want to do that, you made a point, King Gene. That man reached out to you because he saw that you wanted the game.
Right.
He saw that you wanted the game. He saw that you was trying to do better. And if you are trying to help individuals that clearly want to help themselves, I don't think there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
You dig what I'm saying? And I just think you have to humble yourself if you are somebody that is choosing to go to certain areas to help out a certain population of people. That's your business. I'm not there to stop you. I'm not even there to say it's wrong or not. But I don't think it's anything wrong with you if you choose not to go to a certain area because you may fear for your safety. There's nothing wrong with that. That's human nature. It's just it's just some places that I will not go. One, because I have a nursing license, so I can't even chance being around certain things. And because I'm done or I'm done. I make it clear. I don't. Only time I go to a club is when I'm on a cruise ship or an all-inclusive. I don't go to stuff. I don't go to parties. Period. I don't go to parties. Period. But I don't go to parties in the hood. I don't go to parties anywhere. Because I try to stay away from things that can lead to danger.
Yeah.
I know parties can lead to danger.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to risk losing my license and everything that I work for over no dumb shit. That could be anywhere. When I say I don't go to parties out here in the burbs, in the hood, none of that. Cause I don't got time. I don't care for drunk people like that. You dig what I'm saying? Like they irritate me to a certain degree. And I just maybe if I didn't have my nursing license, I'll feel a little bit different. But I treat that like that's how I eat.
Yeah.
Like that's my livelihood. I gotta they really put that in our head. You protect that shit at all costs. I protect my license at all costs. And I am not finna risk it by taking dumb chances. You know, but like I said, if I want to help somebody, cool. I have no problem with helping individuals. Like I got family that live in the city. I go to the city, I go to the hood. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not trying to stay.
Want to hang out there.
Right. I'm not trying to stay.
Chill.
I like living in the suburbs, and I do understand to what Chris said, you got to watch yourself anywhere you go. And you do, that's a fact. Because I never thought about getting a weapon until I got to the burbs.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know, but I just feel like it's a case-by-case situation. How you feel is how you feel. I don't think you should be moving stupid. I don't think, because I ain't gonna say a lot of us, but some people be trying to stunt.
Yeah.
When they make a little change and they become a little successful, a lot of people like to go back and try to shit on other people.
Yeah.
And say, look what I got. Look what I can do.
Yeah.
And that's what gets you got.
Yeah.
You trying to pull up on these little Tatianas who ain't never had nothing, thinking you something. Boy, they'll set your ass up to get robbed. You better stop playing. You trying to floss, trying to stunt. But I did want to show y'all something real quick. And I wanted y'all thoughts because it's these two gentlemen who are giving back. I just had the video. But while I'm pulling that up, do anybody else want to add anything?
Yeah, I would say that like if I was to go back and if I had money like Nipsey and I was to go back, I mean, I'm gonna have real security guards. They're not gonna be friends or people who I knew. They're gonna be people who are actually trained to be bodyguards. They're gonna have that thing and they're gonna be on guard. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't be moving stupidly like that. You know what I'm saying? And I think when it happened, he was just like standing in the middle of the parking lot. And I'm not like putting blame, but I don't know what he was doing, just standing in the middle of that parking lot, talking to people and stuff. But I wouldn't be doing that neither. I would be going in to handle what I got to handle. It would be set up. I will handle it and I will go. You know, it's not like a party. I'm not going to just sit on the block. I've never sat on the block.
Right.
One thing that comes to being flashy, if you do like a finishing school and they teach you about like leveling up your lifestyle, the first thing that they tell you when you get into the fashion part of it is you don't buy clothes with logos on it and you don't buy things that are flashy. And they tell you that because the more money you make, the less attention you actually end up drawing to yourself, because you know that you have something to lose. And I know that sounds really bad to say it that way, but the more that you gain, the more that you have to lose. And so the less attention you want to draw to yourself. I found that really interesting. If you look at a lot of like well-off people, you see them wearing neutral clothing. They look normal. If you're in Palo Alto, I used to work with a lot of like the techies in Palo Alto. They look like normal people. Sandals, shorts in the winter because it's annoying Bay Area. Like normal people, and they did that on purpose. They wanted to blend in. They didn't want people to know who they are.
Yeah, look at
So what is to be said, CJ?
Well, no, I'm just saying, look at Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg, a billionaire. Look how he dressed. He bought clothes from Walmart, and he can buy several Walmarts. So it's just like I think I know what you was about to say. Go ahead, Nurse Roxy.
Well, I was just saying, I was just going to point out that I've noticed that you have some folks posting stuff on social media. You know, they get themselves into a different situation. Again, I'm not going to be too specific because it's all out somebody. But you know, I remember a couple high earners, and it became clear to me, like, okay, the guy laid back, kind of like not trying to draw too much attention to himself. He's my cousin, so I know firsthand the kind of bag that this man was getting. Okay, he was working for like big companies at getting that bag. When he got married to someone who was very flashy. She's a high earner, but she's very flashy. And so when they first purchased their family home, she just kept posting things on social media, the pictures of the home, the home, you know, what she's doing in the home. And I mean, it got to a point where when she actually invited us over to see the home, a lot of us were like, well, we seen the whole house on Instagram. I mean, literally started a whole Instagram channel, page. She started it, and it's just about home decor because she's just so enamored by the place. And so, again, like, I just think that's just like, again, maybe this is because of where I grew up and where I came from. I look at it like, whoa, I would never want to draw that kind of attention to myself. Like, you will never, ever see my home posted anywhere on social media. No way, no way, no way. You'd have to search, you have to dig and find that information, probably get a private investigator for you to get that kind of information. I would never, ever do that. But because if you're flashy, you know, and haters do pocket watch. So don't get it twisted. If you're drawing attention to yourself, you may have people really pocket watching you.
I think most individuals pocket watch. Go ahead, Chris. What you about to say?
I was gonna say that's what they call the evil eye, like, or what creates the evil eye. When you put all your stuff out there like that, and people become envious, it can actually affect what you have. You know, and it can
there's a Bible scripture on that. Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
What's the Bible? Look up the Bible scripture for me if you can. Let me answer Trevel's question. Trevel said, "My boys on the east side of Detroit know what I do, but they all know that I'm a phone call away. Am I wrong?" I don't think you're wrong at all. You said keep a foot in the hood just in case you need it. I think that's if that's where you from, and you have ties and you have roots in that in your home where you from. I don't think there's anything wrong with keeping a foot or keeping taps on what's going on where you from in your home. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
No.
But what I am saying is that you're not obligated to do anything. You know what I'm saying? That's my point. But I did want to comment on something that Nurse Roxy said too, because you was like, I'll never, you'll never show your homes and all that too. But I don't want successful people to be afraid to be afraid to show their success either. You shouldn't be ashamed of some of the resources that you've acquired. I think you have to have a certain balance to it. You know what I'm saying? Because I have no shame about showing my life, my successes and my failures. I have no shame to that. People know what I like to do in my leisure time. I show it because that could help somebody. That could help motivate somebody, because that's what motivates me. I'm motivated by other people's success. I don't want to be the most successful person in the room. I need to elevate my circle. If I'm always the most successful person in the room, I need to get around somebody else. You know what I'm saying? So I embrace other people that win. Some people don't. But I like being around winners and people that's doing better than me, because indefinitely that's going to rub off on you. When I was an LPN school, I said, you know what? I'm cool with being an LPN. That's it. That's it for me. I'm finna work on everything else. But the more and more you get around people that want to be successful or want to keep leveling up, now you have to figure out what's for you. You know what I'm saying? In your mind, you have to, this is my goal. This is where it's at. But the more you get around people that want more out of life, it's gonna rub off on you. That's why who you be around is so vital to your success. Because if you're around losers, that energy will rub off on you. What do you say? Energy is not lost nor destroyed. It just transfers from one party to another.
Yeah,
that's real talk. Who said that? Who said that?
CJ,
Did Einstein say that? Who said that?
Yeah, that's Einstein.
So, yeah.
That's right. That's Einstein.
Yeah. So I mean, I that's why I preach. You can't be around people with a broken mindset. You dig what I'm saying? Just because you may not have a lot of money, that don't mean you're broke. You just haven't acquired the money yet. Right. But when I say you have a broken mindset, you don't want to be around those people. Those people that's cool with staying broke.
Yeah.
Them the people you don't want to be around. There's nothing wrong with being broke if you're working towards something different. I'll never shit on somebody for being broke.
Yeah.
Especially if they working, because that happens. Most people don't start out rich. You know what I'm saying? So you just gotta be aware of your surroundings. What do y'all think? What do y'all think?
I agree.
Yeah, I agree also, brother.
See, CJ, I've seen people take it as yes, be aware of your surroundings, but I've seen people not be as humble as you are, in a sense. But you're saying you look at success and showing what you have acquired in life or what you have access to as a way to inspire. And while I'm not saying that may not be the intent, and of maybe everybody, who knows, but there's so many people I see when it's to a point. I'll say this to you. It's to the point where when you don't have it, like in a sense where you're climbing, you're in school, you know what I mean? You don't really have a profession, or you're not really making that bag yet. You may have kind of like, man, I hope I can get there. I hope one day I can make that kind of money. Yeah, it could be inspirational. And then when you get it, sometimes you actually see it. You think to yourself, like, man, even now I have it. Now I'm really thinking, why were these people really doing that? Because now I'm thinking to myself, like, I wouldn't do that. Like again, going to the example about the house and the car and all that stuff, and just showing it. And then of course, you hear the conversation, I'm trying to inspire, but then at the same time, it's like, are you also trying to make people jealous of you? Because like the thing about the social media thing is, a lot of times people will say that they are trying to inspire, right? Mm-hmm. But then you start getting them feeling like they want to be treated like a celebrity, right? And my thing about it is, I don't care what you're choosing to show on social media, because when I had the opportunity to buy a big old stinky house, I said to myself, I ain't doing it. When I had the opportunity, still have the opportunity to buy luxury cars, they're not a personal value for me. So to me, I'm not looking at you and what you're doing with your money as inspiring. To me, it seems wasteful more than anything. But and not to be too harsh, I'm not judging people on what they want to do with their money. But again, when you post all that stuff on social media, a lot of times people are doing it, not just they want to be inspired, they want people to treat them different. Yeah. They want, when they come around you, they want you to deal with them and like you are part of their fan club.
Wow.
Yep.
It's not always about inspiring. Some of these people, it's not even humble bragging. They bragging.
Yeah.
So they like, nah.
Yeah, they want you to feel some type of way around them. My thing about it is, like, you got to come a little harder than that.
Right. I think when you get to the point where you try to make people feel bad about their situation, you're doing too much. I'm not trying to make people. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm confident. Might be even a little cocky. But I'm not ever trying to.
We've seen the pictures.
Yeah. But I'm not ever trying
with the dog.
to feel bad. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm a stunt. I'm giving me some Ferragamos. $600. I need them. But no, but I'm not ever trying to make somebody feel bad of Nurse Roxy. She a nurse. Travail, she a nurse. But I'm not ever trying to make somebody feel bad about their situation though, because I know where I come from. I know where I started from, and I really truly do want to inspire. I'm not trying to get famous, by stunting on people. That's whack. Because what is success if you have nobody to share it with?
Lonely.
When nobody want to be around you, when nobody want to be by your side. You know what I'm saying? Because you so cocky and arrogant to the point to where you can't see your own bullshit. That's why you need a certain people. You need certain people in your life that'll keep you down to earth.
You'll end up being like Dr. Dre and having to pay your ex-wife to take care of you when you get hurt.
Oh man.
Because nobody else wants to deal with you.
That's right.
Yeah, that's real talk though. She's spitting facts. When nobody else truly wants to deal with you. You know what I'm saying? I fully embrace being confident with some cockiness thrown in there, but I don't think you should belittle others. You know what I'm saying? Just to get to where you need to be. Because then it's not about them, it's about you. You have issues with yourself. When you get a kick out of making others feel bad about themselves. So
or you trying to handpick your circle of people too. Like I've seen that, like especially with this young lady posting stuff on social media. She did something that was very interesting where she kind of like would post pictures of her friends in this home too, like hanging out, you know. Again, this is my family. So to me, I'm thinking, oh, the family wasn't invited. You know, culturally, I think that's a black thing. I don't know if that's a people thing, but I think it's like a black thing. When you buy a home, I would think, and maybe I'm old school, I would think that instead of inviting all your friends over, buy a beautiful home, especially for home, you showing pictures of it all on social media. Obviously, you're proud of the home. I would think that you would be inviting your family first, not having wine and cocktail, you know, Sex in the City, you know, parties. I'm telling you exactly what she was posting. What is this? Coming to America Part 2 theme party. I said to myself, I said, damn. So the whole family is gonna see the home through Instagram, and we got to see all of these awesome parties that you're throwing with your friends.
That's crazy.
Do she rock with y'all like that? I mean, maybe she's distancing herself for a reason. Because I don't have the tightest relationship with my family. It's no beef, but we just not.
Well, her husband is my cousin.
We just not buddy. Well, yeah, it's like it's no.
Well, her husband is your cousin. That ain't your family.
Her husband is my cousin.
Oh, okay. She the one throwing the party. That she like, I'm not your family.
I don't know. Well, maybe I don't know because it's. I don't know. I would invite y'all certain places before I invite members of my family. Some certain members of my family. So.
Oh, CJ.
Yeah.
That's true now.
Being bougie. You are bougie.
It's not bougie. You just gotta know who you can take, where you can take them, and everybody's everywhere.
And
That's
you don't pick you can pick your friends. You don't pick your family.
Right.
I have a closer relationship with certain friends than I do with my family. And that's no beef, but it's just we may have grown up in different areas and we just didn't develop that relationship.
I get it.
But I got a best friend.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take a bullet for my best friend before I was some of my family members. I'm just keeping it real with you.
Okay.
Are you close with your cousin? Her cousin? Your cousin?
Oh, we're very close. But the thing is that
so then why he'll be inviting you to these parties?
I'll be honest with you. From the time that he a little simpish. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's why he was on my mind. He a little simpish. No, literally, it was his wife who said he never says no to me. And like, you know, and the crazy thing is, I think he's one of those type of men who like he's a t-shirt and jeans kind of techie guy. He doesn't want to join. When he was single, we would go out and we would see women like approach him or him approach women, and he would never tell them what he did professionally. He would never bring it up to them because he never wanted somebody in his pockets. Of course, he's a t-shirt and jeans type of dude. When he started dating her, yeah, we noticed that it was a lot of flashing, but it wasn't just a lot of flashing. It was a lot of flashing and posting. Flashing. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't like just tricking out and saying, we gonna live this lifestyle. It was like, we're gonna live this lifestyle and we're gonna post it. So at that point in time, I started to kind of get the realization that this was a person who was not necessarily interested in getting to know the family, but more so showing the family, oh, he and his wallet and his income and me, we live in a different life. So y'all can go over there. We don't even want the mistake of y'all trying to ask him for any money. I mean,
So
no one's
fact.
asking for money, but yeah.
I feel him to a certain. Hey, listen, I used to tell Didi, I said, oh, once I start making the money that I want to make, you got to make a certain income to come in my house. I was joking, but yeah, I feel him to a certain degree.
Well, I mean, he's the laid back. He's the laid back one. I'm telling you, homegirl is definitely on. Homegirl is definitely on one, and I'm telling you, he a little simpish. He is a little simpish. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think when a woman says that she wants to live a certain lifestyle, and that man feels obligated to work like a racehorse to accomplish that for that woman, I think there's a fine line between that woman like really not being understanding that you can't work a man into a heart attack like that because of some lifestyle you want to live.
Right. Yeah. When the moment you start doing everything in your life for a woman, that's when you fall. That's ultimately your downfall. How can she be safe with you? And I had this discussion with Didi the other night. How can a woman be safe with you when she know that you her only source of motivation? How can she ultimately feel safe? You won't even take care of yourself all the way. So what you gonna do with her? Because if she fall off for 1 minute or having a bad day, your motivation is gone. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's my thing. And I'm about to go to Chris, but that's my thing. I think all men should be working, and people, period, not just men, period, but especially men. Though, stop doing what y'all doing solely for the purpose of pleasing a woman. That's whack. Yeah. You should do it for yourself. Listen, I love my chick to death, but she knows that what I do, the trips that I go on, it's not because it's solely for her. I'm glad that she enjoys it and gets a kick out of it, but it's because I like to do it too. That's a perk of being with me. You dig what I'm saying? I'm not now. If of course, if it's something that she want to do, that's my chick. We'll do it. We'll make it happen. That's my girl. But I'm not driven solely because of a female. That's crazy. Yeah. That's when you lose. What do you think, Chris?
About what exactly?
Anything you want to jump in on? We talked about a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot there. I don't know. There's a lot there. I think my thoughts were about the cousin. If he's unhappy, then I would say that he's maybe being a bit simpish. But if he's happy and he feels like he's willing to do it to maintain that lifestyle, to keep his wife happy, it doesn't really bother me all that much.
It's the latter, definitely the latter. Yeah.
Yeah. So as long as he's happy, I think that's fine. She does sound a little bit annoying. I would hide her posts on social media, but hopefully, yeah, I'm glad to hear that he's happy. I'm trying to think of what else. I definitely think that there's a place and a time for different people in your life. Like I have even certain friends that I don't invite places because I know they won't enjoy it. And I have certain family members that I don't invite places because I either know they won't enjoy it or I know that they can't handle themselves. I have family members that drink a lot. So if there's going to be alcohol there and I want to maintain a certain image, I'm not going to take them because I know that when they start drinking, they lose themselves. So I'm not going to put them in that position where they end up embarrassing themselves. So yeah, I agree with that. I don't think that you can take everyone everywhere. And I do think that social circles, unfortunately, even though they can sound harsh, I do think people do try to maintain them because for some people it's very important. So I can understand the cousin's wife, but I do think that she shouldn't. In my opinion, I don't think it makes sense to flash your lifestyle like that, and I do think that it's kind of odd to flash your social circle online like that. I get that it's fun, but at some point, it does seem a little bit excessive, possibly. Y'all said a lot in there, so I was thinking about a bunch of stuff. I was mainly cracking about Danielle laughing about just her little laughs, like when she asks a question, she gets clarification, she cracks herself up. Those are always funny.
Because You know what? Because when me and my husband got together, I think I wasn't flashing because I'm not a flashy person. Like he bought me gifts. He bought me a gift lately. We went around his family. He was holding my arm up like, look what I got her. And I snatched my arm back like, what are you doing? So like he wants to show people, but I'm not a flashy person. But I'm sure that they felt the same way because when he got with me, he's like the nice person. Like he wants to give away everything to people when they ask for it. Mm-hmm. So he got with me. It was like, yo, we got to take care of us first. If I'm wanting or needing anything, you don't have anything for anyone else. Mm-hmm. If your children are wanting or needing anything, you don't have anything for anybody else. So I know that that's what they used to do. And they used to putting their money up and then putting their hand out to you. But that's just not what it is anymore. Mm-hmm. You know, so I'm sure that, you know, when he got with me and they saw the change, they probably felt the way about me too. But that's just what it is. Mm-hmm.
They say money don't change you. It makes you just more who you really are.
Yeah.
And I'm a flash. I ain't gonna lie. But it's not just I don't do it to try to make nobody feel. I do it because listen, I'm not ashamed of everything that I work for. I'm not ashamed. I'm going to show it off. I'm not going to put it in your face, but it's my platform. I'm not going to DM you and say, hey, look what I'm doing today. You dig what I'm saying? So, I mean, you could choose to watch it. You could choose not. And, but I'm gonna show it off a little bit. You know, I think you should, young man and young woman. Listen, if you worked hard for 6 months and you saved your money, you want to get you a little Birkin, your bills is paid, your money in order, then, well, shit. I'm not the ethics police to the point. I'm not saying don't enjoy life. Enjoy life. Be balanced though. But enjoy life. Have a good time. Listen, I'm gonna get me a pair of Ferragamos. Royal blue.
It's my favorite color.
I'm getting them King Jean. I'm be dressing like I see King Jean stunting every Sunday in the suits. That's some playing shit. That's fine. That's fly to me. A stunt every Sunday. King like, oh, you know, just a little Sunday's best. Nah, bro, you stunting. You letting everybody know what
on.
Right, getting that Vanderbilt on. Like that's not what that suit game looking like. But that's cool. I like being around people like that. I like being around dudes like that because it make me want to up my game. That's just how I'm wired, though. I got a homie right now who a truck driver. He called me like, CJ, you know, I'm finna get that room on that ship. You know, that's an $8,000 room. Oh, I gotta step my shit up. I gotta step it up. Oh, you trying to stunt on me?
Yes.
Oh, you trying to stunt on me? But that's how it works. Now I'm not finna go broke trying to compete with nobody else, but I'm a little competitive. I got that in me. So yeah. So like for this cruise we got to London, he hit me up like, yeah, I'm finna get the aft. I'm about to get the aft. That's the view on the back of the ship. You can see the sunrise. Real nice room. It's $4,000 room. Nigga, I called the travel agent. Get me the aft now. Right now. Give me the aft. Oh, we neighbors. I told her, I said we neighbors, but that's how I'm wired though. You dig? Like that's exactly how I'm wired. That's how I work. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I like being around people that are doing better than me. Because it's gonna automatically make me step my game up.
That's true. That is true. And for that same reason, it's good to get away from people who are not, you know, improving or interested in improving because they will have you stagnant.
Yeah. You're the average of who you surround yourself with. So you're supposed to calculate everybody in your circle, even the ones that aren't trying to improve. And if you're around them, you're going to, a part of that is contributing to your average and it's going to bring you down.
Right.
Chris, I could just have you like about 7 o'clock in the morning. Do you have like something I could just tap into? You give me some affirmations.
You said what?
I could.
I mean,
she said I could.
Chris could just have a service where at 7 o'clock in the morning you could just call into a line and Chris will just have something to say. So like positive affirmations.
I could, but I think, are you on the East Coast?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, that's 4 o'clock in the morning for me. Are you okay with 10? 11?
I'll be in the middle of work by then. But then
sometimes you need a little something after lunch. You get a little tired.
Okay.
That's
Look, my mother actually
hilarious.
she has a channel, and on her channel, she actually has positive affirmations
Yeah.
for herself.
Okay.
So that everybody can listen to it on Spotify. It
Yeah,
popped up
Didi,
on
can
my
you put her link in
phone
the
and was
chat?
playing.
Okay.
And I was in my car like, why do I hear my mother talking? So maybe you could try something like that, Chris.
Please.
Oh,
Please share
Make
it.
your little Spotify channel. You can
Yeah, I
Yeah.
like
listen to it
it.
and listen to it.
Positive affirmation.
Absolutely.
great idea. Thank you.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then, when you need some real tough love, I'd be like, you a bum today. Step your game up.
I usually say
Step
you
your
suck at
game up.
life.
You got that
That's
donut in your
serious.
mouth, you fat
She
boy.
says affirmation
Go
is like,
to the
are you
gym.
tired of being dusty?
Right.
You like waking up and more like, am I tired of being dusty? All right, let me not be dusty today.
Right. Yeah. 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 You still eating them jelly donuts, fat boy? You wonder why your wife ain't leaking like a faucet for you. Look at you.
Oh Lord.
Look at you. You need that real talk sometimes. Shout out to CT Fletcher. CT Fletcher
That's
call
what
you
talking be doing.
That's
I'm
right.
upset
Shout
with
out.
you.
Shout out to my boy, CT Fletcher.
Shout out
Yes,
to
sir.
CT Fletcher. He be like, what your BA doing today? All you doing is typing on a computer, talking about what I'm doing. Get your fat ass in the gym and go do something today. Instead
That's
of
it.
talking about what I'm doing, talking about I'm doing it wrong. At least I'm doing something, mother effer. He goes in.
Yeah, he go in. Yeah, he goes
King
off
G in
now.
my line.
No, sir. No, sir. Not at all. He
And that's what you be listening to, King G. I
Yeah,
heard him
yeah.
talk some. When I need to kick him, that's what I listen to.
That's what I listen to. Because now look, if you not ready to go get in the gym and lift something heavy, you go, I don't know what you're gonna do. After you listen to him, you got to go find the heaviest thing you can find and push it up off you. It just make you feel that way. Just saying now.
I'm trying to see if I can get my man's on the line real quick. To pull up, because this the guy who got the aft. He out here grinding. And that's why I say, like, Eric, I don't listen. As somebody who likes to go on trips a lot, it ain't nothing worse than going up. Hold on one second. Hello? What up, Ted? Hey man, I had sent you the link to come on. You on speaker right now. I was telling them about when you got the aft, how I had to get the aft, and how that be motivating each other. How important is it to be around people that's trying to always elevate?
Oh man, it's very important to be around people because, like the old saying go, birds of a feather flock together. If you trying to, accomplish something, you trying to achieve a certain goal, you have to hang with like-minded individuals just for motivation.
Yeah.
You can't hang with people that's not on the same level that you're not on. So with me and like my business adventures, I had to get around people that was doing what I wanted to do to educate myself. A lot of times they'll give you bits of information that you didn't know about. It's very important to be around people that's basically trying to achieve whatever you're trying to accomplish, whether it's traveling, a certain goal, or you trying to do certain things. I mean, it's like very important.
Yep.
So,
and I told him, I just told him, you'll send me a trip. Here go this 15-day cruise. What you trying to do? And I be telling them like it's motivating. It's not the fact that somebody's trying to stunt, but it's motivating.
Right. Yeah, it's motivating because me and you, we like to travel, and especially we like to cruise. And sometimes you'll send a cruise, and I may or may not be available. But like when we was on the breeze, I mean, that was a very nice experience because when you with people that's traveling and has the same goals, the same mindset, it's a beautiful thing. And sometimes, like with me, if I'm traveling, I want people to experience what I experienced. All BS aside, if I come across an itinerary that you and Drina might like, I'm gonna send it to you. Just like if you come across things that I might like, you're gonna send it to me because we're motivating each other. We're working towards the same goals, especially itineraries and ships that we have not been on.
Hey, but speak on this real quick, Ted. Like when we was talking about how you can't take everybody with you, right? And
right.
some places you just, especially if they broke, right or wrong.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. You will, because I had to learn that too. Even when I started traveling, a lot of times I will let people know in advance, hey, I'm going here, I'm going there. There are some people, no matter what, that you just can't motivate. There are some people that do not want to do what you're doing. No matter what you do, you just cannot motivate. If you want to succeed at anything, no matter what it is, whether it's a job, traveling, it's going to come a time where you got to, cut people loose, because sometimes people just become dead weight. They become a drag, and then don't listen to people. No matter what you do, you're going to have haters. You can't motivate everybody, and then stop listening to people that hate. I had people that tell me, even today, I travel too much, I cruise too much, and I get out there and do whatever it is I want to do when I want to do it. If you listen to people and you're waiting on people, then you're going to be doing just that. You're just going to be listening and waiting.
Hey, man, I appreciate you coming on. You sounded like you were sleeping. I sent you the link if you want to pull up real quick. It's right in your Facebook inbox. But the panel's listening. And if you want to come on in, just come through. But if you want to go to sleep, go back to sleep. Good night.
I think the link just came in. Let me hop on here and I'll get on there with you.
All right, man. All right. And I hope
Mr.
I know we 4 hours in. If any of y'all need to drop off, y'all can do what y'all got to do. But yeah, we probably not gonna be on too much longer. What was you about to say, Danny?
Mr. Travell was asking about my husband. No, he wasn't Muslim when I met him.
Okay. That's what's up. Travell asking a lot of questions. Is you the feds?
Travell is, honey, I think he's with the ops heavy.
Is Travell with the feds?
Please, I mean,
King James, get ready, because your question coming up, okay?
All right. He gonna be like King, he gonna be like King James. What is your sock size?
Everybody's career.
Yeah, but
I ain't mad at Travell. He interacting.
I ain't mad at my brother Travell, man. He trying to learn. I sent you the link, my guy. So hopefully, you can pull up. Right now, we just at a freestyle point, ladies and gentlemen. Anything y'all want to talk about, anything y'all want to bring up, that's the homie Ted. Ted, what's up?
What up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, what's going on, King Jane, ladies? How you all doing tonight?
Ted, what's going on, brother?
Hello, how you doing, brother?
Nothing much going on, man. Just chilling. It's Sunday evening. I'm blessed. I'm just here, glad to be here, man.
So I have a nurse, 2 nurses on the line. I have an accountant on the line. I have an engineer on the line, and I have an owner operator truck driver on the line. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what Black culture looks like.
That's right. That's right.
No, ain't no craziness. Ain't nothing on there. We've had a conversation for 4 hours, and I've had nothing but successful people on this panel saying what they needed to say. Whether we all agreed or not, that's neither here nor there. But the fact is, this is what Black culture looks like. So, well, Ted, you pretty much said what you had to say on the motivation part. So this is like a freestyle part of the show for the next few minutes. If anybody want to bring up a topic, y'all welcome to bring up a topic. Oh, man, I forgot to do the Gold Roses segment real quick, ladies and gentlemen. I have a segment called Gold Roses, and Gold Roses is when we give respect to Black icons who put in the work, who are still alive, ladies and gentlemen. So I would like to give them their roses while they are here. The first honoree or recipient of the Gold Roses from the CJK experience is Mr. Robert Townsend. Robert Townsend is an actor. He's a director. He's a producer. All that, who has done a lot of movies. One of my favorite movies of all time is The 5 Heartbeats. He produced that. He played Donald Duck in the movie. One of the singers, the brother of JT, Eddie Kane Jr. That was all him. He had to show The Parent Trap. He's produced a number of movies, and can't go nowhere without mentioning Meteor Man.
Boom! That's the one I was waiting on. That was my movie right there.
He made Meteor Man, so I just want to put some respect on Robert Townsend's name. Anything y'all want to talk about in regards to Robert Townsend? Any moments y'all want to point out? Any movies? Chris, do you even know who Robert Townsend is? You're a little young.
I do. I'm familiar with the name, but I don't really
Oh,
follow too many celebrities, so I can't like name what he's done. But yeah,
have
I
you
know the name.
seen Have you seen Five Heartbeats?
Mm-mm.
Lord have mercy. I'm going to send you a link.
Is it an
So
old
when you
movie?
get some, yeah, it's an older
You
movie.
know, Chris ain't seen no damn Fat Heartbeats.
I
It
could
came,
have if I watched it with my grandma, but it could have been a long time ago.
well, it came out in '92. So
Oh, that's not old. That's
yeah,
92.
it came out in '92. So I mean, I will send you a link whenever you get some free time. It's a great movie. Check it out. Have you ever seen the Temptations movie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like the Temptations. So
Yeah.
anybody
I've
want to
probably
comment?
seen it and just don't remember. My grandma
Yeah,
loves music, so she would always make me sit down and watch all those movies with her.
for sure, for sure. Anybody want to comment on Robert Townsend?
Yeah, I like the movie that he did called Hollywood Shuffle. I like
Yes,
that.
classic,
Uh-huh. And that's
classic.
and I didn't know that was kind of semi autobiographical of him, because he was saying in one interview that that movie was based on some of the things that he ran into, because a lot of people felt like he wasn't black enough to play certain roles.
Mm.
Because of the way that he spoke and his appearance, he wasn't black enough.
Mm.
I'm like, wow. So even in that time, doing what he was doing, you run into those stereotypes that just seem to persist. So I like that movie. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? I want to go.
I just like all his love. He just the bomb.
Mhm.
I appreciate that he wasn't a typical black person putting out typical stereotype material. Like every black person don't want to just see a Medea or want to see a Martin. You know,
Y'all remember that show,
seeing.
Parenthood? Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was about to say. Seeing the Parenthood, that was a bomb show. It was realistic. Having a mother and a father raising their kids, going through things. You ain't got to be all jangling. Like you don't need all that. That's
Thank
not
you.
it.
How about you, Nurse Rox? You familiar with Robert Townsend?
Yeah, but is this the show you mentioned? Parent is it called? What is it called?
Parenthood.
Parenthood. Yeah, I mean, I watched that show before. I thought he was. I think he's a great actor. And I think. Uh, did he write that show?
Yeah, he wrote it. Wrote it,
Oh
produced it.
wow, very impressive. I mean, I think he's carrying that torch that Eric Monty, the writer of the Jeffersons and the uh, what's that other one? Well, Eric Monty wrote a lot of different shows. Jefferson, he wrote Good Times, the characters for few quite a full. He wrote Cooley High, and then you have your Bill Cosby. So I think he's carrying that torch of kind of making sure that you have that strong black male image, strong black family. I think it's important for us to always acknowledge when we have black creators who embrace that image of the black family, not just with all the jangling, as Sister said right there, because that can be very detrimental for us to continue to have that kind of imagery of us being out there.
Right, and everybody not popping Bucci all day.
Yeah.
Boy hole all every 5 minutes and all that craziness.
Yeah.
Teddy, you familiar with Mr. Robert Townsend?
I sure am. I watched the
what's
Heartbeat. Love the
Oh, go ahead.
Heartbeats.
Yeah,
the
5 Heartbeats.
Yeah, the Heartbeats. I remember most of the characters. The little guy that was the choreographer, Big Red.
Yeah.
That was a very classical movie.
Yeah. My
I
office
remember
hours
that.
are from 9 to 5.
9 to 5. That's the line.
Big Red was
Come on.
hanging niggas out windows, boy. He wasn't playing with them. He said, "Pick him up." He said, and he was crying too. He said, 9 to 5.
He said, and if he couldn't bully you, he'd hit you with that semi truck and then come to your funeral.
Man.
Did he try to hit on the wife at the funeral?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Nurse Roxy, have you seen 5 Heartbeats?
This is the little immigrants, first generation, just being very quiet here, supportive here on the side. Just being
What year did you come to America?
It's not the year that I came to America. It's the fact that my parents, let's just say we were very much indoctrinated in church and church life.
Okay.
And so that was
Nothing.
not a part of the,
Church.
the programming.
Yeah.
I hear you. But I can
Since her parents
guarantee
ain't
your
from here, they
husband.
ain't know about all that to let her
Is your
watch that.
husband from America?
He is American.
I can guarantee your husband has probably seen that movie. I need y'all to go watch that
Oh,
movie.
listen, there's many movies that he's very disappointed in me not knowing.
Okay, so we got another segment for the show. We got another segment for the show. Family, y'all send black movies that Roxy may not have seen, and we're gonna try to see if we can get Roxy to watch it, and then we'll talk about her experience watching some of these black movies.
Yeah, I've never seen that film before, but I know a lot of people talk about it.
Yep, and Chris, have you seen Friday? Oh, thank God. Okay.
You there, Chris. All right. I was about to say no.
What about no? Just throw you guys off. No, what is Friday?
Huh? Is that the day of a week?
What about part 2?
Is it a show?
I think there's 3 of them, aren't there? It's like Friday, next Friday.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
I mean, what? Friday. I mean, Wednesday, Thursday. Those are the 3 series.
Gorilla said House Party. I've seen House Party 1 and 2. 3 and 4 were trash. 3 and 4 were trash. Roxy, House Party? Familiar?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
How you seen House Party and not 5 Heartbeats though?
The first time I've ever seen New Jack City was in November of last year.
Wow. Okay. Oh, did you like it?
Did I like it?
She like no.
Yeah, I thought it was okay. Yeah, a lot of I've always heard people quote the movie thing. So when I would hear people say like you're not seeing it, I'd be like, oh, okay, because people quote it all the time.
Yeah.
In Chicago, really, you can pull up too. I sent you the link. Have you seen Boomerang, Nurse Roxy?
Eddie Murphy classic.
That's a classic.
Oh, okay. Yes. Right. He was like, I think wasn't Givens in there too?
Yeah.
Robin Givens.
Yes.
There we go. Classic.
What about Waiting to Exhale?
I seen that.
Okay.
All right, now, Chris.
School Days. I just mentioned Eric Monty. Yes.
I got one for you. Chris, have you ever seen Harlem Nights?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Oh, I'm about to feel.
Oh, wait, everybody haven't seen it. She hiding.
Nurse Roxy, you ain't seen Harlem Nights.
Let me not get on Nurse Roxy's case too bad about Harlem Nights, because I didn't see Harlem Nights until I turned 26. I was in Las Vegas when I seen Harlem Nights for the first time. One of the greatest movies of all time. So I can't get on her too bad. Hold on. I'm gonna get you, sucker.
Yes, sir.
No.
Yes, sir.
We just talked about Hollywood Shuffle, Dolomite.
Who did see Dolomite? You ain't seen Dolomite?
I ain't seen
Dolomite.
I haven't seen the original Dolomite.
But I thought Hollywood Shuffle and I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker was the same movie.
No, I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker. That's no, that's
King
two
and
different
Ivory Wayans.
Yeah.
Where's the one that the person has the fish, the platform shoes with the fish?
I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker.
Okay, I've seen that one.
I might be telling my age, but wait a minute. What about White Man Can't Jump?
White Men Can't Jump.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Wesley Snipes.
Okay. Well, man, how did you miss the 5 Heartbeats?
Yeah, Nurse Roxy. I don't know how you missed the 5 Heartbeats and you seeing all these.
Busy. I call it busy being Jamaican. Just busy. It's busy being Christian Jamaican. Just busy, preoccupied.
I'm gonna send you a DVD. I'm sure you can watch it on YouTube. You gotta see the part where Big Red hung. Matter of fact, you know what? They done already.
I'm gonna just find it for you right now.
Hold on, I just gotta show you because it's a classic. These are classics, and if anybody got to jump off, that's fine. Y'all can.
Somebody mentioning Foxy Brown.
Yeah.
Not the whole part, but I've seen some, and I'm assuming you're talking about Pamela Greer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Pamela Greer.
Yep. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't trying
My
to get a shit.
office hours are 9 to 5.
I'll send you the link over Instagram.
The Mac? No.
Mac.
What is the Mac?
Uh-oh. You got to see the Mac. Come on now.
Is it a black exploitation film?
It is.
Oh, I didn't know.
Pretty
Okay.
much. Yeah. Superfly also. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Superfly.
Oh, King G was on it. Okay.
I'm on it. I seen all these movies. Me and my dad used to sit and watch these movies. So yeah, I've seen them all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Father,
Shout out
son.
to all the black. Let me ask y'all real quick since y'all here. What is y'all favorite movie?
Okay, Chicago Rilla.
What's your favorite movies? Teddy, what's your favorite movie of all time?
My favorite movie of all time is The Green Mile.
Okay.
I really enjoyed that movie.
Chris, what's your favorite movie of all time?
Pretty Woman.
Okay. Richard Gere.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's up? Dee favorite movie of all time is Julie and Julia. And what's that one? I see the name all the time. It's with all them white folks in it.
That's an excellent description.
With all them white folks in it, he about to get married. He's just not that into you. He's just not that into
okay.
Boy, you talking about a simp movie, boy. That is a true simp movie right there. True simp. It is a manipulative simping movie, boy. Let me see. King Gene, all-time favorite movie.
All-time favorite movie, man. Got to be Malcolm X. Got to be. Denzel Washington. Yeah, man. That's gonna be it for me.
Danny, all-time favorite movie.
Kill Bill.
Okay. That's what's up.
Which one? Danny, the first one?
Both of them. I can't choose between the two because she was kicking butt all through that thing. Okay.
I think it's called House of Sin and Fog. That's what it is.
That's right. What's your favorite all-time movie?
I was trying to look up the film. I am almost certain that the name of the film is called House of Sand and Fog. House of Sand. It's House of Sand and Fog. House of Sand and Fog. Yeah, that's it. Yes, House of Sand and Fog. My favorite all-time movie.
What's in it?
So just real quick, the movie is about a couple who come from another country. They're like from somewhere in the Middle East. The husband owns a gas station, and but he's like hiding his wealth or whatever. His wife is living upper class and everything because he runs his gas station. They buy a house. Moving into the country, they're settling in the United States. They buy a nice little home in like a suburban area, but the woman who's in the home, is a home that she inherited from her mother, but she couldn't afford the mortgage, and so the house was in foreclosure, and she did not want to leave. And she pretty much had the local police officer that she was banging pretty much harass the family out of the house because she wanted to stay in the house. And then there was a scuffle. The son of the couple was killed. It was a little boy, 12-year-old kid or something like that. He was killed. And then the parents just didn't want to, whatever. At the end of the film, the parents committed suicide. They killed, they put bags over their head and committed suicide. They were tortured the whole entire film because this woman who didn't want to leave and the police officer. Sounds very Lifetimey, but if you ever watch it, it would probably like really make you just think of like white people's privilege and entitlement.
Okay.
Yes.
Check that out. I have 3, and I can't choose between the 3, but I have 3 all-time favorite movies. I like to break them up. I call them my white and my black movies, but I can't choose between the 2. All-time favorite black movie, The Temptations, hands down.
Okay.
Temptations. I think Leon should have got an Oscar for David Ruffin.
Okay.
I've always said that his role as David Ruffin is up there with Jamie Foxx as Ray. Like, that nigga became David Ruffin.
He did.
For real. Like, just like how Jamie became Ray, he became David Ruffin. Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis.
Yeah.
And that line was improvised, and the actor got mad that he said that to him. He didn't like that. The next one, all-time favorite movie, Blade. with Wesley Snipes.
Okay. Yes, sir.
The first one. The last two was trash. But the first Blade, that was the first it wasn't the first superhero movie I ever saw, but it was the first superhero movie that I saw with a black character as the lead. And that impacted me so much because I saw that black people could be superheroes. And Blade has so much swag. And his woman was fine. The woman that he had with him, I forgot her name. That sister's name.
I don't even remember him having no woman.
And that's how I
chocolate. She was just as
right.
chocolate.
It was two dark-skinned individuals, and Blade saved Marvel from going bankrupt. They don't talk about it.
He sure did.
Blade literally started this whole. Blade literally started this whole superhero wave.
Period. Right. Not just white, not black, white. Period. He started.
Right. Period. Marvel was finna go bankrupt. This modern day superhero wave, Blade started it.
Yep.
You dig what I'm saying? So that's my other one.
You know, they're remaking.
Y'all gonna laugh when I say this next one, but I don't care. Titanic.
Okay. But you like cruises,
huh?
You like cruises. It makes sense.
But Titanic to me is such a like when you watch it as an adult, you find out how much of a simp Leonardo DiCaprio was in that movie. He may be, and I think that's why I like it. He may be the all-time biggest movie simp in cinema history. I'm thinking as a kid they was on the ship for a week, maybe even 2. 2 days, my guy, a day and a half, really. And he died for a woman. He died for that woman that he met in 2 days.
I mean, he was a bum. He didn't care.
Right. So he won a card game to get a ticket on the Titanic.
Yeah.
Now don't get me wrong. It's a very well acted out movie. They did a great job acting in the film. And I think it's because no black people died in this movie either. That's why I like the movie so much. But yeah, it was he was definitely a simp. And we both would have got on that door together.
Man, because that door was big.
It was. That was a large door, man.
Big door. But I love that movie though. Because it just shows you that you can't try God. My man said that boy, God himself can't sink this ship. God said, "Oh, really?" So that's my top 3, man. Blade. Oh, and I got 4. Batman. 89.
Which one, man?
89.
With
Michael
Jack
Keaton and Michael Keaton from 89.
Okay, I'm with you.
So that's my Fantastic Four.
Val Kilmer and all them, man. I couldn't do it.
You said what?
The one Val Kilmer did, man.
Oh,
then the one George Clooney
today. That's one of my favorite ones. I love that.
Which one?
The one with Val Kilmer. That's one of the best. I think he's the best. One of the best Batman. Right on the key.
Listen, I'm finna tell you. On no uncertain term, bro. Michael Keaton was Batman. It ain't gonna be no replacement for me, bro.
I give you that.
See, you had guys, and I know I'm going on the segue, but you had guys that smiled as Batman. This man was psychotic. He didn't smile. Now as Bruce Wayne, he was smile, but when he was who he was, when he was in that suit, wasn't no smiling, man. We ain't here to play.
Right.
And George Clooney did that. He was flying over Gotham in the Batwing, and
that was a horrible film.
And he smiled. And when he smiled, I turned the TV off. Yeah, I turned it off. I was just that serious about it, because that's not him. That ain't Batman, man. Right. That's just me though.
My first and favorite black action guy was Michael Spawn.
Michael Jai White.
Yeah.
Yo, he did them splits on the chair. I saw he did like he was on one of them late night talk shows. Maybe it was Jay Leno or something.
Right.
And baby, he got the chair on the stage and did the splits and pushed the chairs apart, like live on TV. I was like, yeah, he's that guy.
Right. But he did all that for real though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Danielle, he was for real with all that.
The thing just to show, like, no, I can really do this. I ain't never seen nobody have 2 chairs close together and spread them apart. and go into the split.
Right. And let me put some respect on Steven Dorff's name when he played Deacon Frost in Blade. People sleep on how good his villain was. Steven Dorff did a hell of a job as Deacon Frost in that movie. He did not come to play with Blade. Like, it was a good show. I can watch that movie over 20, almost 25 years old, and I watch it like I just saw it today. Like it's the first time I seen it. Every single time. That movie just has. I remember going to the movies to see Blade. I didn't even know Blade was a Marvel superhero when I first saw it as a kid. I thought he was just a dude who liked to kill vampires.
Right.
So I'm seeing it. I wanted to go get karate lessons and everything. You know what I'm saying? So Blade was. I'm gonna have to put some respect on Wesley Snipes' name. Wesley Snipes did a lot for brothers of color in cinema. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. So, I think that's pretty much it, ladies and gentlemen. We've been on this thing for almost 4.5 hours. I really don't do live long streams like that, but it was a good show. It flowed pretty good, and I have fun discussing these topics. Any last words anybody want to give?
I missed the show.
Don't be disrespecting our black stars, bringing on a damn Jean-Claude Van Damme. We're talking about black people out here right now, damn it.
I hear you. Yeah. I saw Blade had a cameo in the Eternals. I'm not looking forward to that dude from Moonlight playing Blade though, Mahershala Ali. I'm not feeling that. I don't think he's gonna be a good one. But any last words? Right, Sanaa Lathan was the mama in Blade. I forgot. Y'all just keep bringing stuff up in the comments. Right, she sure was the mama. Damn, Sanaa been around for a minute.
Yeah.
Aging like fine wine.
Yes.
Yeah. Sanaa, I'm finna watch Blade tonight.
Biting Beyonce on the face and everything.
Yeah, I think they said it was her, right?
Yeah.
Right. How y'all feel about Beyonce playing Storm in the next Black Panther movie? They say that that was a
what?
I love Beyonce, but
don't do be like that,
man.
Don't do be like that.
Yeah, she can't.
Listen, I am the beehive, but I'm being honest, and she can't act. Her best role that I seen her play was in
Carmen.
Boom! How did you know?
Because that would be fitting for her because she's an entertainer. She's beautiful. She would be able to kind of be in her character, which is herself, because she can't act. So it'd be better for her to do something that's more close in line with what she does every single day.
Man, when she did that movie, you told something. I was just like,
don't disrespect me like that.
You're not dramatic.
Did you see Obsessed? I didn't.
That's the movie I'm talking about.
Yeah, that was horrible. The worst.
I can't rock with Mahershala Ali, Chicago. I can't rock with him. He's not Blade.
Ali is that dude though. What are you talking about?
He's not Blade. I feel like Blade. He too long to be Blade. Like, did y'all watch Living Single?
We are living.
Okay.
Oh, you think Cole? You think Cole should play it? Now, what's his name? Cole. What's his name?
Scoot. I don't know if y'all remember the character Scooter.
Yes,
he was Khadijah's
yeah.
He played Black Lightning.
That's right.
He's about 6'3". He don't look. He's too big to be a superhero. Like nigga, that's you. You the professor from our school. You can't hide from us. Look at you. Like I don't know.
God, CJ,
he did good as Black Lightning.
I think he did great Black Lightning. No,
Black Lightning was a good show, but I don't know if he was a good Black Lightning.
Right. Can we talk about Black Lightning?
Black Lightningness.
Can I just ask you something about Black Lightning real quick while we're on this? So like that show really bothered me because the actress Nafisa Williams, like they really wanted to push the agenda with her.
They did.
Like even right now, if you go on Netflix, like you literally see for the image for Black Lightning is her kissing her love interest or whatever, and
a chameleon girl.
When I say that bothered me so badly, because I was like, you know what they're going to do is they're going to take the hype, because this is still around that time of Black Panther film came out. They're going to take that hype about Black people, wanting to be seen and wanting to be, representation and all that kind of stuff. And they're going to flip it to the LGBT propaganda thing by having her come on platforms as a Black woman who's a superhero and talk about the show, but because her character is LGBT, have her talking about inclusiveness and being representing and all that kind of stuff. And it was just like clockwork. All even her social media was just all about, like, her clothing line she started was just completely, like, pretty much it was burnt from this inclusion stuff. So everything was like rainbows all over the place. And every time she was on the show talking, she was always talking about the fact that she was representing an LGBT black superhero. And like I'm telling you, go on Netflix right now and look up Black Lightning. It's going to be an image of her and this her love interest kissing. And it was just like, who wants to watch a superhero film where you have to see that? And I mean, that they was like hot and heavy in the bed and stuff. That's why I stopped watching them.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got to, when you in that game and you know how they get down, and that's the agenda they gonna push. I want to ask y'all while y'all here, how did y'all feel about the first Black Panther movie? Since we talking about superhero movies, how did y'all feel about that?
I told you it was racist.
It was according to the comic mythology,
right?
Racist.
Yeah, but it was according to the comic mythology though. It did have some spots in it that, hard to hard to see, hard to look at. But according to Marvel mythology, according to comics, it was what it was supposed to be. But I'm gonna tell you something though. Like Nurse Roxy said, that part at the end about the spaceship and
did you get to see it again?
I did.
Okay, now what? Please expound. Expound.
So now at the end of you know what I mean, CJ. At the end of the film, the spaceship that they had, the ship that they had been using was cloaked,
right?
And then Black Panther and his sister was standing out there and they were talking, and he decloaked the ship, so the ship appears,
right?
And so as he's talking to another guy over here, you got the guys that were playing basketball on the court. They go to the ship. Mm-hmm. And so when she walks up to the ship, she's like, "Are y'all trying to steal the ship?" And then they were like, "No, we good, man. We just, where y'all come from?"
I gotta rewatch that part.
I was like, okay, now I see what Nurse Roxy was
talking about. When I say it screwed it in by the end of the film, when they were done with that film, and I'm saying, and Black people actually promoting this, I said, damn, this is the reason why we can't win. This is why we can't.
I gotta rewatch that movie. I gotta rewatch that part. But I didn't see.
I will say this, CJ. There is, and now look, look at me trying to stir things up. But there is a clear distinction that they make between African Americans and Africans, because Wakanda is an African country, so they're making a distinction. If you look at the movie, just watch it a couple of times, you will see the distinction being made, because the main villain, Killmonger, is African American.
Yeah.
He's not African, he's African American, because his father had him while they were in America. So
in America, right?
I'm gonna leave that alone then.
No, I'm leaving it alone. King Gene, you said everything. I'll leave it alone.
I was asking Chris, did she see Black Panther?
Mm-hmm.
What did you think about the movie?
I thought it was another Marvel movie, and I was in there, and I was fighting alongside. That's it. I didn't see. I was just there. I was like,
right.
I'm awoke.
No, when they should replace the actor. Do y'all think they should recast the actor? Because he died. I think they should recast. They're talking about we done had 18 different Batmans. Recast.
That's because Batman lives forever. Wasn't that a movie?
And finna have another. So yeah. Got 18 and finna have another. Why not recast him? Because you want the franchise to go on, don't it? Or do
they're talking about having Shuri, his sister, taking over as Black Panther, but then something happened to where I don't think she's going to be in the movie anymore because she's refusing to get the vaccine. So I think M'Baku is going to take over as Black Panther. Now the rumor is that
the Jabari tribe.
Yes.
Yeah. In the comics, he does become Black Panther for a short while. He does become the Black Panther. So does Shuri. But that was the worst sold comic. When she became the Black Panther, people stopped reading it.
Right.
I think that's a terrible decision to make her Black Panther. Have her be Black Panther for a while. But I still think, even though I didn't agree with everything in Black Panther, that kind of representation is needed in comic books.
Well,
You
can
know
I
what I'm
ask you a
saying?
question, CJ?
What's
What was
that?
your thoughts about the promo where they were trying to kind of fuse the Black Panther Party for self-defense and like fuse it into this Marvel character piece? Because yeah, tell
I
me.
thought it was good marketing. I
Okay.
mean, I didn't feel anything. I don't think I don't think they were trying to disrespect the Black Panther Party. I give it that. But I did think I think it was good marketing. I think they knew what they were doing. I think they released the movie on Black History Month. It came out February 18th. They're not dumb.
Right.
It was cats going to the movie theaters and dashikis. Niggas was playing drums and everything like that, dancing. We was all like, it was crazy.
And
I hadn't
that's
seen
why they
nothing
don't
like
want that shit to go on. They're like, yo, motherfuckers ain't about to be up here celebrating and cosplaying. We can't have
Like,
your
bro.
little mask running around.
I'm not gonna lie to you. It was dope to see it though. I'm not gonna lie to you because
we don't even want y'all in
even though-
hoods. Think we want y'all covering your face?
right. It was even though it was subliminal things that was wrong, like y'all mentioned in the movie. That was one of the first times in a long time where I seen a lot of Black people. They were proud of the fact that they were Black at one time. Even like the casual Marvel fan that's not into the comics like I am. Like niggas was like Black Panther, even cats in the hood. Yeah, nigga, Black Panther, bruh. Oh, he good over here. You know, it was just cool. It was some cool stuff to see. Even though I thought, but I can't say that because when Harry Potter come out, everybody dressed like they had Dumbledore or some shit like that. So
that's right.
I was cool with it. I didn't have no problem with it. I just thought it was it was the first time I had seen something like that up close. Like when me and Didi went to go see Black Panther, it was sold out. They did like the little drum dance and everything like that before the movie, and it was wild. Like I had never seen nothing like that in real life. But I mean, of course, when you have the dominant society producing a major production, it's not gonna be everything that that you want it to be. They gotta throw their stuff in there. It's their production. You dig what I'm saying? So you gotta take it for what it is. You gotta take it for what it is. And I try to look at it as entertainment. A lot of brothers and sisters got a lot of shine on that movie. It was beautifully shot. It was a beautiful looking film.
Well,
the
do
fight.
you know, like, sorry.
Go ahead. What were you about to say?
Did you hear any information about regarding how much money the movie made, but how much money those actors got paid?
Oh yeah, well of course.
In comparison to what is the other one called? What is it? The Avengers? Is that the other one that was that's the other big one? Yeah. If you look at those numbers, I think you probably understand what I'm saying as far as sometimes how we get kind of duped in a sense where get all the symbolic gestures of look at all these Black representation. These people are not paid the way the people at Avengers, and we already know the numbers that the film. We already know the numbers of the film made because it was international.
Yeah,
that number was
$1 million the first weekend.
That was an international hit. Yeah. Listen, though there were people on the continent doing, I guess I would say guilty of cultural appropriation because they were doing this and they was all up in their garb on the continent going to the movie to see this. I mean, it was a big deal to get dressed up and being, whatever. People was really getting in there. But I'm just some people were dressed up like they were in the movie Coming to America for some weird reason. A lot of that stuff was circulating. Like people were dressing up like whatever. I like King Joffrey or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I mean, this kind of I guess the thing that just bothers me about it is I know that in time, if a child is searching up about the Black Panthers, it kind of now is going to be fused. If you're doing research, now it's are they a cartoon character or are these real people? You know what I mean? Because the film took advantage of blending the two. So, will children really understand that the Black Panther Party for self-defense, what they actually stood for? And it wasn't about guns. It wasn't about violence. These were well-educated people who understood the law. They understood Black people having a voice, understanding the law and standing up for themselves. And you fuse it with a cartoon.
Absolutely. I think and I also think it's our job to enlighten the younger ones and let them know what they did stand for. And I think when you Google Black Panther, that the real Black Panther Party will come up in some way, form, or fashion. But I totally get what you're saying. Nurse Roxy, that movie made billions of dollars, and I'm sure they probably made pennies on the dollar.
They did.
But that's when you in that business, that's kind of like, especially if you unknown, like M'Baku was, the actor that played M'Baku.
You're right.
You might take it. You know, he ain't had to pop no booty or nothing like that. He wasn't twerking on no. He ain't had to do nothing crazy in the film. So he probably was like, you know what? I know I'm probably not gonna get no royalties on this film. It's gonna do numbers. But look at his career now. You can always come back and negotiate. I mean, that's just like the record industry. That's like true. Every other industry that you in. But I feel what you're saying. But I do the impact of that movie. I can't act like I wasn't affected by it because it was a phenomenal thing to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Even though I can separate when we getting finessed. And it was a finesse job. I mean, let's not get it twisted. It was a finesse job, but it was still dope to see that it was so many people that was proud of the Black Panther movie. And I ain't gonna lie, like I saw so many kids, Black kids dressed up as Black Panther. I saw so many white kids dressed up as Black Panther. Now that blew my mind. I've never in my life seen so many white children dressed up as a Black character before ever in my life. I've never seen it until 2018.
When my baby played, he had Black Panther for his costume for Halloween. I swear it was about 3 white Black Panthers.
Dude, like I had never seen that. I was taken aback because you know we kids we dressing up like the Power Rangers and you know that young that's really all we had. We had the Black Ranger, you know what I'm saying? But when I seen all these little white kids dressed up as T'Challa, trying to be a African prince, a king, I was like, wow. It was
CJ. Dr. Umar Johnson Dr. Umar Johnson gonna be on this soon, CJ.
Man, look.
He gonna take a clip and he gonna be like, they are stealing our culture. And this brother gonna say
right, that's exactly he's gonna say it 3 times too. He's gonna say it exactly 3 times, just like that. I'm not gonna lie too. When T'Challa died and I saw all them little Black kids crying and doing the Wakanda salute, that shit got me emotional, bro.
Yeah.
I was like, it was literally Black kids in tears and parents saying they had to explain to their children what happened to the Black Panther. Because all they was like, Black Panther died, Black Panther died. It was kids like doing the salute in tears. That
look, you bringing it up is making me want to cry. Like, oh, because I remember all the videos.
Yeah, it was crazy. That one kind of hurt, and I was like, damn, bro. As soon as you get a hero that is accepted worldwide, he died. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy how that's worked. But ladies and gentlemen, we really about to cut it off. I appreciate everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody in the chat. It's a great discussion. Hopefully y'all be here next Sunday. The panel is always open to y'all. It was a phenomenal discussion, y'all. So anything final words? I'm gonna give y'all the, and I done said final words like 50 times, but I'm gonna give y'all the screens before. But go ahead. Anything anybody want to add before we do the solo shoot and people can say their platforms?
Do you have a joke?
I did. Oh, look, before your joke, I did. When we was talking about white people wanting to be Black, do you remember it was a video going around of a little white boy, and he was like, his mother was like, what are you? He's like, I'm Black. She was like, you're not Black, you're white. He's like, no, but I'm Black. He started crying because he was white and he did not.
Oh yeah, I remember that video.
He did not want to be white.
That was a while ago.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I do not want Dr. Umar Johnson coming for me, so I'm gonna let her say that. I'm gonna come with me.
Hey, I would love that. I seen Dr. Umar Johnson debate Jesse Lee Peterson. I almost passed out from laughing. Nurse Roxy, are you familiar? Is anybody on here familiar with Jesse Lee Peterson before I get to the joke?
Unfortunately,
yes. Listen, will you at least admit he's funny, Nurse Roxy?
He's funny to look at and he's funny to listen to. He's hilarious.
He's hilarious. I don't take him serious though, but he is funny. He says some horrible things, but Jesse Lee is funny.
He is.
And he knows he's gaslighting people too, so whatever.
He said, Umar, stop begging.
You sound just like him too. Stop begging. You gotta stop begging.
He said, yo, okay. So look, before y'all go, I gotta play this clip because it's on somebody else's page and everything like that. So it's on there. Did you see the one where he was talking about Marion Barry? Jesse Lee Peterson was talking about Marion Barry.
Oh no.
Oh Lord. Yep. King Gene, you ain't seen that?
I hadn't seen it.
Oh Lord. Now shout out to Marion Barry. We all know what happened to Marion Barry. Marion Barry is a twice he went to jail for doing some stuff that he wasn't supposed to do. And Jesse Lee had a man on his show and they were talking about it. And hold on, let me see. I'm trying to find the here it is. So I'm about to share it with y'all. Now again, I don't support Jesse Lee, but Jesse Lee is hilarious to me. Here it is. Let me see. Hold on. Let me get it. Drina hate Jesse Lee. Dee Dee hates him.
She like, no.
She cannot stand him. It's hilarious to me though. I find him highly entertaining. Even Tariq said he was funny. Had him on the show, but here it is.
Can't take him serious.
Right, here it is. Let's see.
Like a milk dud.
Washington, D.C.
Because you wanted to trigger me, Jesse.
Right now in Washington, D.C., the city council want to put up a statue of the late former mayor of Marion Barry, who was twice convicted of crack cocaine. He was a crackhead. Why would Black people want to walk down the road and see a crackhead statue? Can you imagine walking down the road there in Washington, D.C.? Your children are with you, and your son says, "Daddy, who is that Black man on the statue?" And you say, "That's a crackhead."
Why do you keep referring to him as such a derogatory?
Yo. What is wrong with him, bro?
No one's gonna say crackhead. No one's gonna say that to their kids.
He talking about you walking down the street talking about that's a crackhead statue. Come on, man. Man, when I saw that, I was screaming. Like I was in tears, bro. Oh my God.
I know that first clay statue, the orange looking one, what I thought of was that movie where the little people come off that poster.
Oh, you talking about Tales from the Hood?
That's what I thought of when I saw that statue.
No one is going to be saying who is there. Oh, only Jesse Lee Peterson would respond to a child response.
Come on, Daddy. Who is that Black man on the statue?
He's a crackhead.
That's a crackhead.
So the only reason I know about him is because of the movie Set It Off. And when the Black guy said where he was from, Jada Pickett was like, "That's the mirror that got popped shooting up." So like that's
the only reason I know him twice. I mean, it's a true story.
Yeah,
he was arrested for smoking. Yeah, for smoking crack.
No, but he got popped while he was shooting up, is what Jada said.
Right.
So that's how come I know him.
Tariq actually got a shirt and it say "The bitch sold me out," because that's what Marion Barry actually said in court, and it was hilarious. But yeah, are y'all ready for the joke of the day?
Please.
Yes.
All right. All right. Okay. What is the most detailed oriented ocean? The most detailed oriented ocean.
The Pacific.
That is correct. The Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, that has been the joke of the day. I appreciate y'all for tuning in to the show. Let me go ahead and give the guest the spotlight. Let's see. Go ahead.
So please visit my website, www.acd4n.com. It is an educational consultation and tutoring service. I am right now working on more content for workshops that I do on Saturdays. If you're a nurse and you're interested in learning about ICD-10 coding and CDI, ICD-10, CDI, clinical documentation, integrity improvement, or risk adjustment, please reach out to me. I will work with you one-on-one. I also do the workshops or group workshops. Sorry, it's pretty late for me here on the East Coast. And also, please purchase my book. I'm going to put this. Oh, I think it's so bright you can't really see it.
Put your hand over there or something.
How do you do it? I want to be like the people. I don't know what I'm doing with this. Oh, I think it did. There it goes.
Cover the light up or something.
I don't know. Let's turn the light out. I think there you go.
There we go.
There you go. It says
Okay, two heads better than one.
There you go.
That's it right there.
Beautiful.
Okay. So thank you.
No problem. No problem.
And there's a link on the website. If you go to www.acd4n.com, you can also learn more about the book and some other things I'm working on. So thank you. And thank you, CJ, for having me on.
Oh, no problem. You know you're the rider. All right.
Danielle. Hello, my name is Chris. I have a channel called The Blooming Ebony where I actually just came back. I actually did a live yesterday. If you guys are interested, you can rewatch that. And I will have more content on my channel and a few other channels. Follow me on Instagram at The Blooming Ebony to stay up to date with my new adventures here on YouTube. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the CJ Kyles, the High Value Nurse. Thank you so much for having me, CJ. This was fun.
No problem. No problem. Eddie G.
What up? I hate I missed the show, but I'm definitely gonna get in on the next time. Hey, just want to send out a special shot to my man CJ. He has inspired me to start my own YouTube channel to inspire people to travel. So my platform, No Regrets Traveling with Teddy G.
Hey, there we go.
I'm gonna start traveling, cruising, resorts, and hopefully inspire individuals to travel. And I always say, pursue your goals, put God first, and He'll do the rest. God bless.
Hi.
My sister keeper.
Hi, everybody. My name is Danielle. You can find me on Instagram at Fly Nurse Mom Wife and on Instagram at My Sister's Keeper. Also, my legging line is coming out, and you can find that also on Instagram. The links are in the chat at statuesquephysiques.com. Thank you so much for having me. It was a very interesting night.
Thank you.
No problem. And shout out to y'all husbands for letting y'all stay on this. Like, man, I really appreciate them men in y'all life. I really do. I appreciate the men in y'all life. Go ahead.
All right, you all. The name of the channel is The King Gene, and
if you have
on Facebook, that's on Facebook, Instagram, wherever you want to go. It's still The King Gene. What we focus on, man, is positive masculinity, manhood. I want to send a shout out to CJ Kyle, man, for always being such a gracious host. We thank the sisters for coming on, and then we thank Teddy G also for making an appearance tonight.
Sure.
We're going to try to continue to make sure that the show is just as enjoyable as it has been tonight. Thank you, CJ.
Man.
No problem, man. I appreciate all y'all coming up. And listen, if you are a simp and a proud simp, please come let me know. Shoot me an email. And come tell us your story. Give us your simp stories. Teddy, we had a part of the show earlier where we have simp moment of the week. And we were talking about a guy who was messaging a girl in the UK or Ukraine. He had been talking to her for 7 years and never met her. And we shared our simp stories. Do you have any simp stories, Teddy, before we go?
Man, the only one I can think of, for some reason, this statement that just this comment is stuck in my head. Now, don't get me wrong, I do follow this cat on sometimes investment, but the guy, Dr. Boyce Watkins, he made the statement that real men marry women and take care of their kids. And I'm sitting there scratching my head like, where in the hell is the real daddy at? So, for some reason, that statement just, I don't know. It just didn't sit well with me because you want a man to go marry a woman, and no disrespect to women with the kids, but if we want to solve the problem of our family, the problem of our society, make the real father hold his ass accountable. He the one that helped father the kids, bring them into this earth. So why are we, marrying women and then taking care of their children when we're giving the real dad a pass? So that comment just, I can't get that out of my head, man. And he said that back about the time when he married the young lady that he had married. So
with 3 kids.
Simp.
And she only wanted him after she,
Right.
after the real man that
right.
she wanted didn't want her no more. So
Yeah, because she turned him down in college, everything.
yeah. Huh?
And then after she didn't got, I think, 3 kids, and I mean, I wished him well on his, on their marriage and everything. But every time you say simp, that image pop in my head, man. So
all right,
there it is.
Well, yeah, man. So I hope y'all like the new segments that we introduced tonight. We will be back next Sunday, same time. And till next time, ladies and gentlemen, please hit that like, comment, subscribe button, and we bid you adieu. Peace.
Peace.